It's campaign and conquests, let's play TTRPGs done right. War games and gaming, we're storming the chains of tonight.
Hey, how's it going? Uh, little little problem with the audio visual. Anyway, we're going to talk about organizing large parties in these games, OSR type role playing games tonight. There was a discussion of sorts on Twitter about it, and I thought, hey, that'd be a great thing to take a look at. So we're going to have a little look at tips, tricks, programs, and other means of organization when you're dealing with large parties. Back in the day, old guys and gals, when we played these games, we didn't have this limitation that many do of what, about five, six, or something like that. Most people tend to want to stop at about half a dozen at the most, as far as uh, participants and players and characters. We would get as many people as we could possibly fit into the room to play these games. There was no upper limit. The more the merrier for a variety of reasons. And on top of that, we would make extensive use, when possible, when we had the cash as characters, to hire NPC support, and just through the safety of numbers and the firepower that comes with it, be able to take on whole dungeons or larger enemies or something like that. So people that are getting into the OSR for the first time had asked questions like, how do you deal with that? That's a lot of stuff, all these different, I call them hirelings, retainers, NPCs, whatever. That was some of the questions asked by some new people. So we're going to get into that a little bit, but I'm going to take a quick break here. And just, if you're watching, I'm alone as usual. Well, not usual, but the last week or so it's been usual, because Magenta, the co-host, fine lady that helps me out with this stuff, is ill. And I mean ill. She's got influenza A. If you don't know the difference between A, B, or C, A isn't good. I mean, none of them are good, but A is the worst, and it can be a little bit more life-threatening, especially for people like Magenta, who have a myriad of other medical complications on top of it, high risk as it is. So it's not just, oh, she's out, taking some Theraflu and trying to sleep it off. It's potentially hospitalizing. It could be life-threatening. So go ahead and send some well wishes, if you would, to the email down there. It's amazing what some positivity from your fellow man, little help, little encouragement can do for the healing process. So would love for you to do that. It'd be great. Think of it as your good deed for the day. Even if you don't know the gal, it would really be helpful. So anyway, back to the show as it is. The question specifically asked was, I'll bring it up, retainers. How do you track them? What kind of tools to use? What about collective inventory? What is your solution when the party count approaches 20? Okay, well, we'll give you some ideas and some solutions on how that goes. I suppose it can be challenging, but tracking hirelings effectively, you can use pen and paper, because most of us did. I didn't. As soon as I got a hold of a PC, I went right to that. I had a Tandy 600, which is an old laptop, 11 pounds, brick, but It did have a word processor, a spreadsheet, and a database program on it. And I use those extensively to keep records and so on. But another great way to do it is just to use 3x5 index cards. There's lots of websites out there that can show you how to do that. They still make 3x5s. You can find them at Walgreens or whatever kind of, what do you call it, convenience slash drugstore you have in the area, CNC. I know in different parts of the country there's different chains that kind of have the territory or whatever, but those kind of stores usually have a small section for office supplies. Office Depot, Office Max, those kinds of Staples, all those kinds of outfits also have that stuff. I don't know what the prices are. This stuff was dirt cheap back in the day. God only knows what it costs today. But a 3x5 is the kind of thing that your mother used to write her recipes on and such, and it works really good. But yeah, that's that. You kind of feel like Bob Cratchit, I suppose, if you do too much of that. But it really is. If you're playing OSR and you're new to OSR, OSR is trying to use older mechanics concepts a lot. Well, those are the older organizational concepts. Just writing out your own record sheets. Save yourself a lot of money in paying for. Like I had one stack of the goldenrod PC sheets, and after that, I thought, why? You're paying top dollar for 8.5 by 11 paper that you're going to use and throw out, because back then we didn't, last long with a lot of characters. We died a lot. So it just seemed like it was a lot more cost effective just to write it out on a piece of paper. But there are digital solutions. As I said, even back in the day, we had a spreadsheet, and now Excel, Google Sheets, or whatever other example you use. Maybe you're a non-IBM compatible user. Pardon me, I was getting too dry to talk, but whatever the latest is, Google Sheets being universal might be the best idea, because you don't have to worry about transferring from other computers. I'm sure there's that kind of stuff exists on mobile. If you're a mobile person too, I know that you can get Excel for mobile. But if you're not familiar with how to operate spreadsheets, they're not much of a help, because you really have to know the coding and stuff that goes with it. There's Army List software, and you'll see it geared to be sold towards war gamers. A couple of things. I am very adamant at the idea that there really isn't a difference. It's really all the same thing. Some people don't like that at all, but whatever. That's a different episode, that philosophy. But Army List software can be helpful. It's harder and harder to find Army List software that's generic, though. So it might not be the best solution anymore. Unfortunately, they become fairly specific, which in their own, that might be helpful if you're a 40K person or something like that, and you don't need all the other options that go with it. But I use an older one, and I'm not going to use any new ones because they have shelf life now. The older one I use is old man's going to forget. Wolfslayer. That's the name of the company that makes my Army List, and they make it modular. You can upload. Like you can make an editor out of it, so you can put in whatever game system you want, and then it makes a little file that you can distribute to other people and upload it to your software, so you have a specific Army List. But if you never used one, they're basically a custom built database of sorts. They'll have the pertinent information. You have a lot of hirelings, what do you need to know about the hirelings? You need to know, if you're playing D&D, you need to know their stats, their attributes, what weapons they're carrying, what armor they've got, how are they contributing to the battle, how are they helping you out. So some games, like again, back in the day, hey, Savage Brewski's here, Caitlin's here, thank you, David, thanks for coming by. If you didn't catch the beginning, the website up there is for my co-host, who is very, very ill, and it ain't good. So if you feel like, sending some regards to her, she would appreciate it. I would appreciate it. It's not good. So would really like that. But just drop in there real quick with that. Hope I'm not repeating myself to too many people. But anyway, Army lists are a great way. But the thing is, if you can do a spreadsheet or a database, I would go that way before I'd invest in Army List software. If you're somebody that's playing AOS or 40K or something like that, those systems might be helpful. But for other types of war games and role playing, it may be hard to find one that you can customize. And the thing about Microsoft Office is I'm not a big Microsoft fan. Bill Gates is my GRUing. When computers don't work, I curse Bill Gates, whether it's his fault or not. But Microsoft Office does have its utility. I know some people get really snarly at that program too, but the great thing about it is once you set it up, which sometimes can be a chore and a little bit of a learning curve, but once you got it where you want it, then it expedites things quite handily. So I would recommend that. Access is a great way to create custom Army lists and character sheets. Yeah, there's a lot of Army Builder apps, and if you can find a generic one or something that's suited for old school RPG, D&D, or something like that. This is what the person was asking about BX, to be specific. It doesn't have to be about BX. A lot of these things, you can use for whatever game they apply everywhere. But I think it was she was specifically asking about BX. And I don't know that you'll find a lot of software specifically made for BX. What you will find, though, is a lot of people that have already made Excel sheets. They've made some sort of PDF character sheet. I've got one myself. I've done. Let's see if we can share it here. I can't, but I can share you some of everybody else's, which is fine. I don't need to pimp myself. It'll just, once I can hit the button. I'm not good with hitting this button. That doesn't sound good. Anyway, which one is it now? Oh, here we go. This is about as bare bones, but you don't need something fancy. Look, if you want to go OSR, I'm presuming everybody can see this. Can you see that? Have I hit the right button? There we go. All that fancy artwork and stuff. I mean, it's neat. I didn't have the talent for fancy artwork, and I didn't need it. I needed something utilitarian and something that was easy to read. Flourishes and flowers and margins filled with dragon artwork looks cool until you got to parse it. Sorry, it's really dry in here today. I hate to have to drink on the mic, but I'm going to choke if I don't. So something like this is perfect for BX. It's simple, right to the point. It's an 8.5 by 11. You can put several records right on there, and it doesn't have anything you don't need and everything you do need. Is he or she, your hireling, a magic user? You can put the spells in there. Any language. It does say personality. I don't even know why that's necessary, other than just a kind of sidebar. We used to use a lot of hirelings as backup Another OSR concept was, if you've ever played an old video game and you see you have like 3 or 4 lives or whatever, usually it's 3, down in the corner of the screen. That was when we played D&D, our hirelings were the extra lives. And if our main character died, we would just pick up one of the hired help and make them the main character that we played. That's how we went through the thing. So in that case, you might want something like personality or whatever. But that it really doesn't need to be any more complicated than that. Though, from the standpoint of storage and sustainability, using something like an app or Microsoft works better, because you won't spill your drink on it, your cat won't pee on it, it won't get ripped up by your dad or whatever like that, cleaning up the house or whatever. So it sticks. Let's see, what else do we have? So specifically, they wanted to know about inventory. I'm not really sure why they were asking about collective inventory or what specifically they meant by that. Other than, like if there was ammunition involved, that tended to be, well, it depended on the contract. You could have mercenaries and they would have their own stuff. But if you had henchmen or something like that, they may or may not buy their own ammunition. If they use missile weapons, something like that, you might buy them in bulk. And that way, it would be a collective inventory. But the easiest way to do that is just to split it up. Buy it collectively, and then, if you're buying them by the gross or whatever, how many people do you got? Divide by the number of hirelings that require crossbow bolts, and if you're buying a gross, it's 144 divided by that number, and there you go. That way you don't have to really track it. You just have to use that. Yeah, sounds socialist, right? But you don't have to use that. You have to use some of that math. Brewski says, assuming you're just playing pencil and paper, yeah, miniatures lend one cool thing to large parties. Math, yeah. But that was it. When you went down with a big party, then you didn't have to worry about, hey, we rolled something on the wandering monster that's too much for this party's level. Maybe if you got a platoon of soldiers to fight with you, it's not that big of a deal. So, neat thing about Excel is, and I know it sounds like a headache, if you've never touched Excel, the idea of approaching it for helping with your game probably doesn't sound very appealing or the great solution. But if you are somewhat familiar with it, playing around with it, you can learn a lot. Color coding, conditional formatting, if you can get into that sort of stuff and figure it out, it can do anything you want, any way you want, But Hero Lab, that's one that I have. That's useful for characters and more so than NPCs, but I think it could be adaptable to your NPCs. If you're somebody who's walking around with a small little mercenary force, something like Battle Scribe, which I think is free, is great. It is a war game program, but definitely adaptable to the RPG. There's a couple that I haven't heard of. One is called Kanka? Kanka.io. I don't know anything about that. It's just, I compiled a list of things I saw in a search. World Anvil, online campaign managers that store character data. I also have an online campaign manager. I wouldn't recommend that specifically just to do what we're doing. That's a little bit of overkill. That's like, those are neat too, if you're going to DM, but if you're just a player looking to manage your hirelings, a whole campaign manager is a little bit much. Obsidian, it's Obsidian's free, and there is a fella on YouTube that does some very good tutorials for Obsidian. He's not too hard to understand. He is very Australian though. I think it's either Australian or Kiwi, so he's got a little bit of a thick accent. I tried working with Obsidian. Basically, it's I don't know what they use these sort of things, but it's very similar to OneNote or whatever that Microsoft has, and it seems like a little bit much, but I think it works with HTML or something like that. But this fella, I forgot his name. I'll get it for you. He's got it really humming as a supportive piece of software for role-playing games. He's got that thing doing all sorts of stuff. That's another one where I'd look at that as more a campaign and game manager more so than just a hireling tracker. It can, but it's beyond me. It's more than I want to get into it. But maybe for you, it might be the best way to go. But other than the arrows, other problems that might come up with collective inventory management. Hello, is you might want to pay these hirelings out of the loot that you get. And here's one of those things where I don't want to sound like the stuffy old man, but really, you don't need software for that. You just need a calculator. Take your total and divide by the number of hirelings you've got. If you're just doing a straight split or even a percentage, you really don't need to get any deeper into software or anything like that than just the math you got in high school. Sorry. It always seemed to me like, why spend 15, 20 bucks or more to have that kind of basic math automated? That's always the way I looked at it. Sure, it's tedious and all that, but for $250, me and my calculator can do it. That's just the way what I would recommend. But there are, going back to the campaign managers, you could probably find something that has that kind of inventory management in it too. And then there's dealing with encumbrance and logistics. And are you doing that? Are you really being that hardcore? Because in my experience, most people just go F it. And they're not dealing with logistics to that degree. But if you are one of the war game type software, might do it. Although war game, and I know there's a couple of people out here that like Caitlin, who's more of a plays the skirmish war games like 40K, and they call them war games. And I'm not saying they're not war games. I'm just saying they're not the kind of war games Grandpa Graybeard played in 1978, because do you have logistics? Not really. We do. We're counting guns and butter and shit like that. So, and even, no one's really doing that now. So that I'm aware of, unless you're somebody at my age. So that might be something that you'd have to go back to Excel for, as far as encumbrance and stuff like that. As somebody mentioned, all the stuff that I don't personally like most VTT programs. Some of them I hate with extreme prejudice, like Roll20. But Dave says Roll20 will do some of that stuff. So if you want to dip your toe into that, there you go. But they're at least for me, expensive. But these days, a gas station sandwich is expensive for me. So I think maybe you're doing better better in the financial realm than I am. Um, uh, let's see what else we got here. So a lot of this too has to do with how you DM. One of the other questions was, do you do this yourself as you being the DM, or do you let your players do this? Here's some other things. Back in the day, I ain't doing that. I had to make the map. If I'm the DM, I had to make the map. I had to write the story because we had stories contrary to certain people online on Twitter that say that there was. Usually, yeah, we did hex scrolls and stuff like that, but either way, I did enough already. You're making your own map, you're tracking your own hit points and all that sort of stuff. As far as, well, you kind of got to be like, we never worried about anybody being disingenuous with loot or XP, because if we found somebody that was pulling that kind of crap, beat it. We didn't, we weren't putting up with that. We had enough people around that we didn't need to have to deal with policing people that wanted to be cheaters. So I don't have any real tips or tricks for dealing with people that might be, doing things on the sly. So that's why we pushed everything off to, not everything, but a lot of things over to the players, because we knew they weren't going to pull that. A lot of this, I don't know how much this individual really wanted to know about how to run a party that had large amounts of people. But if you want to hear about that, I have some ideas. We had our way of doing it. I kind of ripped through this somewhat fast, so if that interests you, we can go there. But before we jump into that, let's just give you some more ideas on some places that you can find some help and some support online. There's one called Don John, and it seems like it's old comparative to most websites. It seems fairly basic as far as usage and I don't know how you can explain it, but you know what I mean? If you when you spend a lot of time on the internet, you can just kind of, there's a feel, there's a look. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying you can tell something that was written a long time ago. And so I think it's been around a while. But anyway, it's got some helpful stuff. But it does have an NPC generator and an inventory tracker, along with a lot of other really cool things. Yeah, for logistics isn't that. But the gal that was asking the question, I kind of based this whole thing off, she was talking about D&D, and she was talking about OSR, and yeah, like if you really want to do it the old school way, encumbrance and all that sort of stuff with logistics. But most people go, yeah, I'll play OSR, and then you hand them the encumbrance thing, and they go, oh, no thanks. So either way, but I've never, this is one I just want to look up just because of the title, but I've never heard of it. There's something called Kobold Fight Club, which now me and balancing, I don't do that, but it says it's for streamlining combat and balancing for large groups, which I assume means playing around with inventory as well. That's why I came up here on the search. But Kobold Fight Club just sounds fun. But we didn't do balancing either, and that's why we had a lot of hirelings and stuff, because every once in a while on the random generator, you'd get something that was a little bit a bigger bite than you could chew, and instead of going, oh well, this game's broken, or how do I get around that, or whatever, or this generator's bad because of bad result, we just go, I think we're going to need a bigger boat. And we try to wander around with more people. And if we didn't have the people because we didn't have the money, then the big bad ate us. So because we didn't care if we died, it was all it was a Pac-Man. We had three more. We didn't care. So um, so that's how we worked. But people seem to get significantly more distressed about a character death these days than we did back then. We just ripped that. But um, the only time it really was annoying is if you had the goldenrod sheet, because those things were expensive, and that's why I stopped buying them. Well, I can rip up the steno pad paper and make a spitball out of it, and it doesn't cost me any money. Um, there are some sites that I found that have downloadable um, stuff. Dragonsfoot.org has a quite a list of really helpful downloadable free content, XP calculator, DM sheets, inventory record tracking. Um, and for those of you who are math challenged, and that's just a joke, don't get mad. I'm not calling you stupid, but the whole THACO thing, because ha ha ha. But if you're not, it's got the tables and the saving throws, so you don't have to do THACO. But most people already know way around that. But anyway, it does have some other really interesting things. So most of it's Excel or PDF. Some things come zipped. I think it comes zipped because this looks like some forum that's very old and probably has a very restrictive memory limit, because they really don't need to be zipped. You know, what's 900K? Why are you zipping that? Probably because they had to. But anyway, it's got some neat stuff, and it's not all D&D. It goes down into other games that I've never heard of, but some that I have, like Call of Cthulhu. So Hackmaster, remember that one? Anyway, there's lots of these kinds of places. Just if you're good with the searching, you can find some pretty interesting stuff. The first rule of Koval Flight Club is yip. Let's see. Encumbrance usually consists of there's more than you can take on one. Yeah. I know most people, and I have a different, the whole simplifying thing. I don't do like that. It gives me a headache. I just want to. I'm not a browser type or whatever, but I don't. The slots and all that, I don't do that with the encumbrance. That makes my head hurt. Okay. So those are some of the really great ideas. But the corners of the internet that aren't, it's really hard to search things these days. At least it seems so to me, because of the AI. The AI doesn't help. It makes it a bigger obstacle. But if you look backwards in time and look at some of these other things, here's another one, the Alexandrian blog, that has some tips and tools for tracking NPCs. This one is a mouthful. Let me see if I can try to get this one off. I would say Giftglyph, right? Giftglyph has some home rules and tips for NPC use in OSR games. So those are a couple other places you can check out. But yeah, I find a lot of really neat stuff on old Blogger blogs, a lot of people that put a lot of information up there and stuff like that. It's the games that I love most, and D&D is one of them. If you look around, are the ones where the players have come up with ideas and tools more so than a company or whatever. Not just because they're free, but also because they're free and I'm poor and cheap, but because the player really knows what they want. Sometimes more so than the company that's providing you with some companies don't know what the hell you want or what you need or how to do it right. But there is no greater experience than somebody who's a regular player. So some of the solutions they come up with are superb. But I'm again no fan of Excel, but really Excel can do a lot of things for a lot of different problems in gaming. So, and it's not a bad skill to have, I don't think, just in general. So if you can teach yourself a little bit of that and get that thing to work in ways other than just being a glorified calculator, you can really apply it. I've seen whole war games made out of Microsoft Office, and not just some number cruncher. I saw a whole graphic game one time. So, and it's neat because if you buy something, like an army builder, it's going to have a limit. Sooner or later, you're going to hit something where you go, well, I wish you could do this, or it doesn't support that, or it no longer runs on this. But Microsoft is it's very malleable. You can join our Discord. I'll put more of this stuff out in more detail and some of the files if people want it. And you can just join our Discord because it's fun and I want to play games. And if you want to play games, especially join our Discord because I ain't got nothing but time to play some games. I like playing games. So let's play some. Questions, comments, criticisms, cut downs. Hopefully not. Any other input, ideas? You guys got some ideas? Got your own tips and tricks to share with the rest of the class? Jesus, Dave. Okay, a misogyny joke. Yeah, bad at math. I always tell people they were like bad at math. Thanks for stopping by, Brewski. You still with us? Anybody else? Oh, Michael's here. Pearl necklace. What? Yeah, well, Birthright's something we could do. I'd play that. I've got a lot of those too. I've got my own Mysteria deal, but I can bust out the Birthright. I've got all that stuff. So that would be great. I'd love to play that. But I don't know. That's kind of I've determined that super brief is what most people like. I hope that answered some questions for the lady and anybody else interested. If you've got any other questions along that line or anything like that, let me hear them. Otherwise, yeah, let's talk games. Let's talk playing some games. I got all sorts of games. But yeah, I can do that one too. But encumbrance usually consists. There's more than. Yeah. I think I have all the Birthright. I think I own it all. So we can do that. Here's the old, while I've got the stuff up, I've kind of, let's see. Here's the one we used to use back in the day. I think it was Howe made this. I think Mike Howe made these. Make sure I get the right one up. First edition. There it is. Yeah. All these damn buttons. Come on. What did I do? Did I break it? I think I broke it. I might have broken it. First edition. There we go. Christ. I need new glasses too. There it is. That's the one we used to use back in the day. That's your retail paper solution to NPC record keeping circa what, 1980, 79, 80, something like that. That was the one you could buy in a book. But I had Forms Maker on my laptop, and I could make that form. It's still the best Forms Maker ever made. It was made in 1980. And you just drew the lines in boxes with a cursor, and then you had one text labeler. So I wouldn't be on orange paper because I didn't have any, obviously, but I could make the same thing on a dot matrix printer and print out as many as I wanted for a fraction of the price that a booklet of 20 or 30 cost going to the bookstore. And the day Forms Maker stopped working because they upgraded to a different version of DOS, I was pretty pissed because nothing has ever been as simple as that program. I bought it you could buy it at Radio Shack. It was made for Tandy and IBM's. Yeah, then they came out with a Rogues Gallery. Yep. So you could use those. But forms making, that was the greatest piece of software I ever had. I go, man, this is awesome, because I was trying to make them on all sorts of, like, I don't know what, it wasn't Microsoft back then. It was Fox Pro or something like that. And it was really complicated. And then this Forms Maker came out and it worked really great. But anyway, so it's nice to have a bunch of people come by. Thanks. Anything else you want to talk about? Say, I think is adequately covered. So WordStar, yeah, one of those. It was something super old. One of the first, like, Office Pro Quattro or one of those I tried, man. I was like, this is crazy. I can't learn all this. But as soon as I got that Forms Maker, it was one of those discount type software things that I got at Tandy, and it was superior to everything. Anyway, need people for the Star Wars, need people for the for that stuff too. So what do you guys think? Does that help at all? I don't know if the young lady I that asked about this has attended. I presume not, because I don't have any feedback, but hopefully this helped in some small way at least. Anyway. Yep. What else did I find? Some pretty cool stuff I found. I'll show you the Dragon's Foot thing. Might as well. Seeing I kind of speed talk through this. That's why I don't use scripts very often, because when I use scripts, I tend to talk too fast. Okay. See that? Is that big enough to see? Look at all this stuff this dude's got, or chick, or whoever's got it. I don't know if it's a dude. It might be a chick. Who knows? But there's this program, Characters Companion. This looks pretty cool. I don't know what's written in. A great program contains tools for character creation plus a few useful goodies. Let's see if I can make this bigger for you people to see here. Let's get. Zoom me. How's that look? Can you see it? There you go. Now you can see a little bit. That's pretty neat. Doesn't say what it's written in though. Looks kind of 3.1 like. Let's see if we can make this bigger. Yeah, there. Might be worth trying out. I don't know how well, this stuff looks like it's older than dirt, so it might not run on computers today, but different screens people have made, stuff like that. Though this stuff is everywhere. You really shouldn't, just with a little bit of searching, you should be able to find anything you need that somebody's already made. That's why I'm always blown away with what people can sell, and good for you. I'm not anti-capitalist, but it's amazing. You can sell some of these products that are made like, here's my custom charts on Etsy or whatever. Let your fingers do the walking into Google a little bit. And you can find all that stuff for free. Let's see what else there is. All right, talked about the THACO thing. Here's one. Is Michael still here? There you go. Useful sheets for keeping an eye on your in-game time for all those browser types. But all these just end up being the kind of things you need to facilitate your game with a little bit more ease. To me, one of the things that I find most infuriating is all the talk about complexity and time of play. The majority of the complaints about time of play, complexity being a kind of a different animal, but time of play is utilizing tools like this. If you can't find what you're looking for, making what you're looking for, and using them and preparing to play prior to play. This kind of stuff can be an amazing time saver and make what seems like an overwhelming amount of information to have to contend with as a excuse me, as a fairly new player. It's not that bad. That's why I never get the whole I hate charts thing from players. What would you prefer? Because if I took that information and took it out of a chart and wrote it out in some other way, then you'd be like, well, shit, this is TLDR. I'd be adding pages and pages of verbiage to things. So the other thing was that always got me is people who hated acronyms. I get it to a degree, but if I wrote out Warhammer every time instead of putting in WH, how many more characters and how many more, like over a period of time, removing acronyms, it starts to become added pages, not just added words. So very nice of you folks to stop by. I hope that, you've all left already. I bored you already. Oh, well, but at least I got through my presentation. So thanks for stopping by. Hopefully I'll be more exciting next time. Anyway. I'm watching the view counter drop. Well, hopefully some of it was utilitarian, if not a little bit brief, but these are very helpful. So we'll put we'll put it out on the chat here for you. I wish I knew how to be more interesting. I really like these though. I think these are are really the most simple and easy way to tackle it without having to spend any money or do a lot of effort. These were great. Just super basic stuff. You will have to write though. Some people don't like to write. Can't help you with that. Next time we should go over various campaigns and the last couple of times I told everybody about my particular campaigns, but other people's campaigns, sure. But I've tried to sell people playing the stuff I'm doing. Um, Dave was playing. That was about it. But yeah. Oh, I think the biggest problem I have is I just um, when people start talking about the com- the complexity and all that, I no longer have interest. I When you've got to simplify everything and all, everybody's talking about all that, then I just go, ah. And the stuff I play isn't that, it's not complicated really, but um, it is got a larger scope. And then people go, well, that seems like I don't want to play 5 models and flip a coin to see who wins. That to me, that's boring. Um, but my campaigns, yeah, I can go over those again if people want to hear it. This is the first time I've had a lot of people in the thing, as far as I know. I think I've got a lot of bots viewing, but I think it's the first time I had a lot of people. But they didn't stay very long. I'm stretching it out till 10 because there was one individual who said they were coming at 10, but I might not be able to keep rambling long enough to make that happen. So, but I think we got the gist of it. I don't know how helpful it was, but there is the part about how to play it, but I didn't really cover that much. But it did seem like that was anything that was all that seemed like more people wanted to know about how to handle it as far as paperwork and such. Yep, the elves. I mhm. I don't, I'm kind of a speciesist. I always play a human. So my my co-host always plays an elf. Uh, but yeah, if you're playing old school D&D, all that dark vision and everything, that sure does seem to be a quite an advantage. It's too bad people left. I do think this was something that would be interesting to talk about. As much as I dislike having to water everything down, there is this idea with larger groups to change the level of combat, um, so that you're basically doing a you're taking the combat power, the potential combat power of the entirety of the party, and just using it as an attack factor versus some form of cumulative assessment of the enemy that you're fighting, and just comparing those two instead of doing the individual melee. You're just going, okay, this the magic user's using this magic, so that's this many combat points. The fighter is this big and has this kind of sword, so that's this many combat points, and you sum those all together. And then somewhat like old hex and counter games, where you divide the two combat factors, and the result uh, of the division tells you what happened. Kind of fast forwards everything. And I think that's great for speeding things up. But I think what'll happen is all these people who are always talking about how everything has to be super easy will go, well, that kind of sucks. Now I don't know how many hit points, and I didn't have any fun because I couldn't roll and use my my super +1 sword. It was right. If you take away a lot of the things that make the game in order to speed it up, it isn't that fun of a game anymore. So all these folks that are always looking to expedite everything, careful what you wish for, because you can suck the flavor right out of the game, because everything's that's why I kind of I snarl at all this everything's too complicated stuff. Flip a coin. That's not complicated, but it sure is effing boring. It's just some of it seems more like a lack of patience than any real complexity issue. And to me, sitting down and playing these games was about relaxation and being chill and going slow and enjoying it. It was like the bubble bath. If I wanted super speedy, non-thinky, clicky, fasty, I would go get the video game console. If I had a headache and I didn't want to think about things or keep records or be immersed in that kind of thing, then I would go to the PC and play a strategy game, knowing that it's only a tenth of satisfying because that AI is predictable and isn't very very challenging. I'm not interacting with human beings, and I'm not having the challenge of a battle of wits. I'm just dorking around with diodes that are making choices based off of machine language. So when I wanted to get slow and enjoy it and savor the flavor, I'd go play tabletop. But now everybody wants tabletop to be like the Twitch fest of a handheld electronic computer game. And I fucking hate that. It sucks. Well, and that's the other thing. I think that's it. There's a lot of people that just, if you don't play it as a game, you're playing it as a child. And if you're 50 years old and you're playing like a child, your people might want to commit you to some sort of psychiatric. But don't worry about it. I'll get down and play with some Legos just like I was 7 years old. The hardest part about that is getting back up. But if all those rules are a problem, wipe them away and just it doesn't matter that it's something that's seems like it's only for 10-year-olds. You're doing it in the privacy of your own home with friends that agree with you. Don't, because if that's what you want to do and there's nothing wrong with it, the problem that bothers me with it is that they won't just do that. Instead, they'll go into the gaming world where some people would prefer to play a game and likes the idea of being immersed in some of the depth and detail of the rules, and they go, that all sucks. And there's so many of them, and they're so loud that producers of games have listened to them as being the only, the market share to go after. And they very well may be the larger people. But what I've seen is a trend to not make games more interesting, but just make them more slipshod, fast, and boring. And and it's kind of rifled me out of the hobby that I enjoyed. Now it's just this sucky thing where people are going, "Oh God, if I have to track arrows, it's like playing the most complicated game ever conceived," that kind of shit. Comparing it to campaign for North Africa just because you have to do logistics. That's such a gigantic, you know, it's either one or 10 million. There's no nuance, and it just now everything sucks, and I don't like it. Yeah, but right, I can't. When I drop something, I get really pissed because I can't just. I used to be able to. I was not a catcher in little league, but I used to be able to sit in the catcher's position for quite a period of time. Not even that long ago. A couple of years later, if I drop my fork, I'm pissed because I got to go down and get it. But that's why I get so spun up about all the rules and stuff and all the rules complaints, because it's just all I see is this is just more driving the thing towards being a bore. And, you know, that's why I suck. Oh, hey, Tony, I stretched it out. I wanted to do this thing about uh, dealing with large parties in RPGs. So I wrote out a little presentation to give, and every time I script things, I end up speed talking. So what I expected to be an hour long or so conversation turned into me reading a script as fast as I could. I don't know why I can't pace myself, but so there was some people that came and watched for all of 5 minutes and then left. I tend to be I got to find a way to be more interesting because some of these people leave way too fast. Um, Minor things like rations, arrows, and like always, uh, just kind of hand wait. Yeah, yeah. See, and that's to me. I just at that point I go, why bother? It just and I may be very unique in that. And some people look at me like I've got some sort of mental issue but it just all of a sudden now it's like, well, okay, I'm not really that interested in this game anymore. If you have to water it down, and I just go, well, shit, let's go play Excite Bike on Nintendo or something. So I end up being kind of the odd man out that's barking at everybody else and that's why I think to myself, maybe I shouldn't be doing this stuff. This stuff is kind of moved past where I was at. It it's one thing to, like even a few years ago doing this, talking this about nostalgia and doing old 80s music and talking about old 80s games and stuff was kind of fun, and I preferred that sort of stuff. But as you get older, uh, here's when it really started to become a problem. When you had people that didn't live in the 80s but were doing the 80s nostalgia thing on Twitter, and they're like, Breakfast Club was 40 years ago today. Now you're just depressed. you're you're just depressed that one of the you remember the fun you were having and what a great time it was at that period of your life, and that was 40 years ago, and now you're just old and everything sucks, and all of a sudden nostalgia just seems like it goes from a fun exercise in memory to you're an old mother, and it's just rubbing stuff in your face, and it just doesn't have any fun anymore. And you can't go back. You'll never be able to go back. Nobody want People can say, oh, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons is cool and all that, but nobody wants to play like it's 1979, and I do. I don't want any of those options turned off, and I'm chasing a ghost that doesn't, I'll never attain it. Um, yeah, I can't. To me, that nah, Yeah, no, I just, I can't, I don't, that doesn't appeal to me. So, but and I'm sure I'm very unique in that, but I just, to me, I just go, and then doesn't interest me. Yeah. Uh, last session. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, So, I mean, and that most people are okay with just, making those, and that's fine. I just, I can't, I don't, that doesn't, when you start to having to do that sort of stuff, for me, the appeal to sitting through the session is lost. And I just go, well, shit, if you want to fast forward it, let's just fast forward to the end and play something else. That's the way I look at it. But uh, it's my issue, not everybody else's. But it just should be that I admit to myself that this stuff isn't what it was in the time when I was enjoying it, and I want to enjoy the stuff at from that time the way I enjoyed it, and nobody else does. So I'm out here just begging people to play games that nobody wants to play anymore. So I should just kind of go, you know what? Time for a new hobby. Yeah, I don't. That doesn't. I'd rather not play. I can just, I can go to the Atari and play Frogger or something like that at that point. It just doesn't appeal to me. Yeah. So I kind of given up on the whole thing. And it's been going that way for a while. I've been, every once in a while I'll put something out and go, you know what? Maybe I'm been barking up the wrong tree with this stuff. And it really doesn't seem that much like it's really that fun anymore for me. So I'm kind of forcing myself into, hey, you liked this stuff in the past. Why aren't keep liking it? And I don't really like it. Right. It's just, yeah. Oh yeah, no. Atari. Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's kind of passed me by, and I'm not really one for evolving into this overly simplistic stuff and all that. So, and that's probably why most of these people don't want to stick around when they come to the live. They're like, oh, this old fuddy duddy wants to, none of this is fun. Like the one fellow, well, I think I brought it up, but what was it? Something like, what was it? It's not a North Africa level of gameplay. Yeah. 40K. Yeah. Yeah. So it's just like, no good. No fun. Um, yeah. We'll have to see. So we'll have to see what's going to go on. And then on top of it, I've been paying $8 a month for this thing, and I'm thinking, well, you really are dumb. You ain't got any money, and you're paying for, you know, I should really shut this stuff off. North, it's there was this game that was made on a bet, and it's considered the most complicated war game ever. And what it is it's a large scope. One of the greatest things I ever saw online was 15 pages of people complaining and mocking this game as being something that could never be played. And the majority of them were Americans. And then 5 British people came to the end of logged on or whatever, and it started posting. And at the end of this 15 pages, the fact that people had 15 pages of mockery over a period of a week on the same game is pretty fucking ridiculous anyway. But at the end of it, these guys show up and they had pictures and receipts, and they're like, "We play this game every year and we finish it all the way through." And I was like, "Yeah, that's my boys." Unplayable means I don't want to do it. And I'm not saying anybody has to do it, but the term unplayable is a bunch of horse shit. If you want to do it, you do it. And a lot of people that find things complicated or say things are complicated, it's not that they can't do it, it's that they don't want to, that they find it tedious and boring, which is fine. You're perfectly capable, you're welcome to your taste. But what infuriates me is that they won't just say that. You know what? I didn't find that game was kind of boring. I didn't want to play it anymore. Okay, I get it. But instead they say, well, it's complicated and fiddly and it's too hard. And you've got to do this, that, and to slow it down. And so what's happened is all those cliche terms have become reality to a lot of people. And if you don't invoke those terms, you must be some weirdo like me that wants to play something hard and not fun. So there's people that, like, I've been in situations where I go, hey, I really want to play these games. I really like these games. And somebody who's never played them go, oh yeah, that seems like it'd be interesting. Tell me more about it. And I explain it to them. And then somebody else walks up and says, oh yeah, that game, we played it one time and it took 20 minutes to play 1 second. We played all weekend and you had to, and they make it sound like it was water torture. And then people tend to respond to negativity as being credible before they respond to positivity as being credible. So I'll have people just get talked right out of playing a game that I almost had playing a game with me, and then it all the game makers go, oh, everybody hates that, so we won't do that anymore. So I'm left with these 1-page rule games, and I'd rather pick my toes and watch TV than play something like that. So it just kind of ruins the whole thing for me. And I keep thinking, well, I'll find some people that don't, but every time I talk to somebody, these phrases come up and I go, you know what? You're never going to get away from this. This hobby just isn't for you anymore. And so I just go, fuck it. And I play old Atari games like I used to, but well, there's a whole thing about that too. Sailboat racing. Tony says take up sailboat racing. They'd have to be model sailboats because I can't afford a real one. Yeah. So when we first started playing D&D, we used a game called, well, here's the thing. We actually played that game first, and the game was called Wilderness Survival. And that's what it was about. Being in a situation where you have to, with little to nothing, you have to live through survival, be out in the woods. And so when they first made D&D, the original D&D, they used the map and a few things, nothing like all the rules, but a few things from Wilderness Survival. So to me, the fun of being outdoors in wilderness stuff is can you make it? People always use the term simulation as some pejorative. That's bad. That guy wants simulation. Simulations aren't fun. I disagree. They're not complicated. They don't have to be. And they are fun. But most people just go, oh, that's too hard and I have to think too much, and they don't want to do it. So that's why I just go, you know what? This ain't going to work. This ain't my thing no more. So yeah, but we have, like if you had to go out, if you didn't have enough rations, if you ran out of rations, you'd have to go hunt. Now, Gary Gygax, he wrote this thing about, well, if you have to go hunt or you have to go skin pelts, that would make a boring game. Well, no one's talking about role playing, gutting a beaver, but to have a simple mechanism like a roll that determines how much you yield on a hunt while you set up camp. It's just a die roll. But people that are caught outside, as we all know, I mean, I'm stating a very obvious fact. I don't want to sound like I'm being condescending, but people that are outside can starve to death if they're not well prepared or they run out of food. And if you're in a, this stuff was all based off of medieval fantasy. And if you're making some long trek, 100 miles or something from most people didn't see any more than 20 square miles of the earth for their entire life during the medieval period, So walking in considerable distance, you'd have to be, just think about what you'd have to do if you were about to do it. I'm going to go hiking in Alaska, but it's not 19 or 2024. It's not even 1980. It's 18 something, and what kind of food am I going to carry and where am I going to get more when I run out and how am I going to stay warm? And what about the elements? What if it starts raining or snowing really hard? What about the bears out there and all that shit? And when you got to think about all those, to me, are interesting decisions. Most people, I guess, look at that stuff as being boring and, complicated. Not me. That's the whole point of it. So that's what I look for in a game. Most people just go, oh, you want to play some ultra complicated thing. Well, I don't think it's ultra complicated, but yeah, I want to play that. Nobody else does. So I'm kind of out. I'm not really there anymore. Like Worldwise Fighter knowing how to hunt rabbits or let it. Right. I've done whole videos about the page 85. Like if you go to Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, there's that page 85 in the DMG, and there's that whole thing about hunting and all that. I hate that. I went up to Gary and said, well, what's this about? Why did you write that? I kind of wanted to talk to him about it. And I wasn't going to yell at him about it, but I wanted to understand it. And that conversation didn't work out real well. It wasn't negative. I didn't get in a fight with a man or anything like that, but it's kind of a funny anecdote. But I did come up to him looking to talk about that because I found it a little bit condescending and insulting. And a straw man argument, because no one was looking for hunting other than a check, a roll. And some of the other things were stupid. They were kind of condescending, like the phrase tilting the lists. That was kind of a shitty. Oh yeah, I met Gygax. Yeah. I had an uncle who worked with TSR from day one up until its sale to WotC. He did the packaging, printing, and worked with the artists and some of the salespeople at TSR. So I got through his connections, I got a free pass into every Gen Con run by TSR. And every time I went, I got the VP of sales for TSR would come and find me with my uncle at his side. They would come and look for me and they'd go, okay, do you want to meet Gary? Do you want to meet Rob? Do you want to So I got to meet all the artists and all the designers over the years, face to face. They would take me and introduce me to them. So they did it with Gary, and he was very nice. What are you doing? What campaign are you playing? What are you doing right now in D&D? He asked me that question. And it was a nice little conversation. And then later I saw him in the Great Hall at Gen Con, and I went up to him and I wanted to talk to him about page 85 in the DMG because it kind of irked me. And we had a little conversation about that. And then later on that day, I ran into him again. He made a couple of comments and stuff like that. So I got the chance to talk to him on 3 short, small occasions. I mean, he wouldn't be able to pick me out of a lineup or anything like that. But that one con, I got to interact with him a little bit, which was cool. Yeah. So what happened when I went up to him? I didn't. So what it was is he was standing in just off of the hallway. There's these aisleway. I don't know if you've ever been there, but there's these big aisleways in the great hall, the exhibit hall, and it's like a cattle call. There's just people, wandering around. It's where everybody sells their stuff and everything. And he was kind of just off to the side, away from the traffic, but still kind of in the hallway. And he was sitting there talking to somebody. So I just figured he was having a conversation with a person. So I stood there patiently and waited for what seemed to be that conversation to end. And then I walked up to him and I said, "Hey, I want to talk about this realism thing with you." You know, and and instead of speaking to me, he turned and yelled very loudly at about 20 people. He wants to talk about realism with me, and everybody chuckled. What I found out was he was having an impromptu talk with about 20 people in this little fenced area on the hallway to exhibit hall. And he's got a very he's passed, of course, but he had a very bombastic, loud voice when he wanted to. He could be a loud dude. And so he hollered out. And it was a little embarrassing. And so he kind of mocked me a little bit, and we had a conversation about it and all that. So it didn't really go the way I wanted it to go. And then when I saw him later, he's like, "Hey," and he kind of yelled at me and made some jokes, and we kind of talked for a second, and all that. Yeah. So, but that page, I didn't like that. Page 85. First of all, a lot of the things in that page you do on a regular basis anyway. The other ones seemed like they were either stupid or smart alecky, like tilting the lists and chanting a prayer and stuff like that. But yeah, I want to count arrows. You buy a quiver of 20 arrows in OD&D, and you should count them. And it's not that difficult. I mean, all you're doing is doing tally marks. 1, 2, 3, 4 / 5, and just mark that all down. You can go, like what we do is we would count them out. Just because you fired them doesn't mean that they're gone forever. What we would do is we would roll a die, or the DM would just arbitrarily pick a number and say these many arrows survived. You can recover these many arrows, and you go and pluck them out of your the tree or the orc that you killed or whatever, and then put them back in there. But tracking the ammunition was a dramatic and interesting concept to us, and we always did it. So rations the same way. I find that when that stuff is overlooked, it becomes less a game. The more convenience you try to attain, the less drama that you get out of the game. The interesting decisions go away, and it just becomes a broken series of physical engagements and lighthearted banter or RP. A lot of people I play with last couple of years weren't very much into the role playing at all. So it really just became a series of short skirmish scenarios strung together. And when we played with all that stuff that everybody says is complicated, it was a very interesting, long-term, dramatic campaign. And it was a much more satisfying gaming experience. So I've played in places where people go, "Well, that's all too complicated," and all that sort of stuff. And it was so lackluster of a gaming experience that I just thought, I don't want to do this. This isn't fun. I'd rather go play, on the PC if I was going to do this, So that's where I've kind of diverted away from everybody. Oh yeah, I do. If you got arrows or bolts, you should be counting that ammo. That's the way I play. I don't like not doing that. Yeah. In D&D and stuff like that. Yeah. Hmm. I absolutely think you should. Well, and that's why and that's encumbrance too. So the whole point is that your arrow shots should be carefully considered, and sometimes that you don't have the option for them to be carefully considered, and that's just the way it rolls. So uh, there's the other thing we did is we would have people who ran out. Let's say you run out of rations and you run out of arrows, then you're going to spend some time, not in game time. Well, let me put this right, not in session time to be more specific. It'll be in game time, but it won't be session time, where you will be, your characters will be um, hunting for food and walking around looking for wood that can be fashioned into arrows. You can use a makeshift arrow. It will have a little bit of a penalty as far as range and accuracy, but it's better than nothing. So, but again, just because you fire the arrow doesn't mean it's gone forever. You can pluck them out of the bodies of the dead, and some of them will go flying somewhere where you can't find them or something like that, or they'll get damaged. So you just roll it. The DM would come up with a number based on how many you fired, how many are recoverable, and you take them back so you don't lose them right away. But yeah, you count the ammo. Yep. And I tell that to most people, and they're like, "Oh, it's so overly complicated," and they don't want to do it. So I'm not. My style of play is antiquated, and even I stopped playing RPGs for a long time because of this, and I made the mistake of not fully understanding what OSR meant, but to be fair to myself, there there's still people that define it all sorts of different ways. But what I understood it to be initially when I heard about it was people were playing the old games again. The old D&D and West End games and stuff from the 80s and things that I liked. And I thought, oh great. Now I've got people, because it got to the point where every time I would bust something like that out, people would just go, that's too complicated, I don't want to play it. So I was happy that I could use that material again. But what I've learned after a year or so of conversation with OSR people, shit ain't like that. And it really didn't have anything to do with people playing old games. They talk about them being classics and all that shit, but they won't do it. I pulled out Twilight 2000 and said, hey, let's play this, and they go, nah, no. They'll pull out the remake, and I don't want to play the remake. I give 0 for those. A lot of people say they still play Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, but I don't see people doing it. I see people saying they're doing it. I see pictures of screens set up and pictures of books and stuff, but I rarely see any actual receipts of people playing these games. So I think most of it's conversational anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It was just that way with everybody. I had fewer and fewer people that were playing with me. The people that used to play with me in the 80s, they didn't have the time, or they got sick of it or whatever. And so I just ended up carrying that stuff around for years, because a lot of it I never got to use enough of, because there was always people that were saying that it's not just a modern thing. There's people complaining about it being too hard to play in 1982. So I never got enough use out of the stuff, um, because for me, I don't want to sit down and play one. Like, I didn't even like playing modules with people who wanted to play D&D the right way. I wanted to play a full campaign. If you wanted modules, let's string them together and make them a campaign. It was never enough. I was never into, let's just play for 45 minutes. Let's just play this one game. Let's just play this one turn. If I was going to sit down and do it, I wanted to do it, and I want to do it big. Because you'll hear this a lot. You'll hear people say, well, when you were 14, you could do that. You could play all night. But that really wasn't the case. We didn't have all day to do. Like in the 80s and 70s, there was people that we had a thing called the rec department. And your parents would sign you up to do a bunch of shit you didn't want to do because idle hands were the devil's workshop and all that stuff. So they like had me taking, photography classes and shit like that. I didn't want to do any of that stuff. And they wouldn't let you in the house. All if you go to TikTok and hear people talk about Gen X or whatever, and if you're not, I don't know how old you are. Maybe I'm telling you something you already know, but it's not just they're not being braggadocious idiots. It really is true. We drank from hoses and we're locked out of our homes for most of the day. That's not that's true. So it was hard to find time to play D&D. So if I've got enough people to play, I want to play big. I don't want to play for an hour and have to put it away. It's it's a tease, you know. When I say I want to play Birthright or something like that, I really mean it. But I want to crack open those old books and run it that way. Just let me use my. Oh, okay. So you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, they wouldn't like people are like, well, you had all day to play. Hell no. And then we had the whole satanic panic thing. We used to have to sneak out and play in the woods. That's not, I mean, you making that up. Tony, if you're still here, you can tell me. Tell her you're my age. You were playing in fucking tents, hiding from the parents because if they saw you using that stuff, they wanted to string you up. So we used to have to go out. We would do is we would sneak out of the house with the stuff. We had to find a way to get into the house. You had to give a good excuse as to why you wanted to come in. Most parents would go, "What do you want to do in here? Why you want to come in?" They wouldn't let you in. So you had to, well, I want to come get a toy and bring it back outside. Okay, maybe. And then they would, if you spent too much time inside, they'd tell you to get out. So we had to go in and we get the stuff. And then we had to act like it wasn't just, and then we would go out to this woods. And there was this one woods where there was a giant willow tree that had been knocked down by a storm. And we made a table out of it. And it sucked because you were getting eaten alive by mosquitoes all the time. But we had to play around that thing because a couple of guys playing with us, if their parents saw him playing those games, he'd be in big trouble. Yeah. Tony's gone. He already left, but that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Playing outside. I mean, we had a lot of fun playing outside doing stuff like that. We also got in a lot of trouble and all that, but it was hard to play tabletop games for that reason. Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, sneaking out of the house at night was fun. We would do that at night too. We'd have sleepovers, and then when they went to sleep, we would crawl out of the window and go fuck around all night, shit like that. Yeah, we used to do stuff like that too. But anyway, long story short is, yeah, if I'm going to play tabletop, I want to sit down and play, and I want to play long, and I want to play with all the options on, because it just it robs. I don't encumbrance is as far as for AD&D. Here's what we did. Encumbrance was on because we didn't believe that we should rocket through levels. We wanted it to be like a simulator. The whole point of role playing to us was to put yourself in that position, and everything that would come by it. Can you lift enough gold? I mean, just all we would do is think about it. At first, we didn't even know what the hell encumbrance meant. We had to look the word up and all that shit. But when we understood they were talking about weight, we're like, oh yeah, because we used to have to haul weight for like chores and shit. And we knew you weren't going to put all, like there was a limit, obviously. So that makes sense. That's the real world. That's what we want to play. We want to simulate being in this world, but that doesn't mean that gravity and mass doesn't. So we could only carry what we could carry. And that was it. Now everybody acts like it's some extremely complicated and unwieldy thing or whatever. But I think that a lot of people that don't want to use encumbrance, it's not so much about the rules, it's that that means I won't get as much gold. And if I play with gold for XP, which I despise, I absolutely hate with a seething passion the idea of gold for XP. Most people love to play that way. And so they want to be able to carry gold out like it weighed as much as a feather, because the more they get, the higher they go in experience. We didn't like that. We thought it was a bull. You can't buy being better at something. If I had $500 in my pocket, I still slice my swing. Spending $500 isn't going to make that swing all of a sudden go pro, you know? So practice does, but not money. So we never played with gold for XP. And we played with full encumbrance and all that stuff, because you can't walk out there, with an arsenal. You can only walk out there with what you can carry. And that made it fun and interesting, because those limitations made it challenging. And that's why I play, super hardcore like that. What I had was, my mother would have been more concerned about me playing it if it wasn't for my uncle saying, just chill out. I make this stuff. It's not demonically possessed or any of that shit. It's just a book. But if my uncle didn't work for TSR, I probably would have gotten a lot more flack for playing. And even as it was, they still looked at it like, I don't really. They were happy when I took up wargaming. They thought wargaming was better, even though had violence, because it was fake violence. They just, and then at one, I don't know if it was a Renaissance fair or a convention, but I bought in a Thane, a flame tongue. Oh, they weren't happy when they found that. I had a flame tongue dagger. Ooh, that was way too occult for them. They were shitting their bricks on that one. Well, I mean, and that kind of makes sense. Like, if it was a mechanic that made sense in this, okay. But to me, it like when people complain about or tell me that I should do gold for XP, and they try to justify it, what they say is, well, you have to spend money in order to get training. Well, look, I belong to a gym, but if I never go, I'm spending the money and I'm not getting any more fit, right? I still, in order for it to work, sure, we live in a capitalist society where you've got to pay for services, sure. But if I don't, if I don't put in the work, it doesn't make any difference. So we always felt that. Plus, we wanted to be. We didn't want to be thieves. We wanted to be heroes. We wanted to be slayers. We wanted to be killers. The money was an in-game thing. You had to pay taxes. You had to buy your swords. You had to buy your ammunition and all that stuff. In order to do that, you had to get gold. If you didn't have a job, you had to get gold through adventuring. That's fine. But to tie it to a in-game metric, which XP is just a metric to, we didn't like that combination. So we didn't do it. I never looked at it as a rule in first edition. A lot of people go, oh, no, it's absolutely a rule. Okay, maybe it is. But I always looked at it as, here's one way you can do it. And I ain't doing it that way. And when Dragon came out, Dragon had a bunch of different ways of doing it. And we looked at those. But ultimately, we gave XP for killing the monster. We gave XP for the plan, if it was good, and if you're a thief and you pick a lock, you get XP for doing it and stuff like that. And good role playing and staying with your alignment, stuff like that. So we didn't level up very fast, but that was compensated for because we played large campaigns and stuff like that. We didn't care that we were not leaving up. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get in a whole lot of trouble for it, but I played with friends who literally had to go into the woods to do it, and it sucked, man, especially in the summer. It was like, oh god, why are you go if you're just going to Timmy's house, why are you bringing off? What do they wouldn't let you use off because it had poison in it and whatever. So then you had to figure out who's going to get the off because there were so many. We're literally playing the game, slapping ourselves because of the mosquitoes and shit. It's hot. You get sun. We're like, we got sunburn playing D&D, stupid shit like that. But we didn't always have to do that. But there was a time where we had to sneak out to do that sort of stuff. So we ended up doing LARPing more than anything because at least you got to move around. So we'd LARP them. We were in the forest. No one knew what we were doing anyway. So we'd be embarrassed to LARP in front of hot chicks or something like that. Kids, boys are when they're young and all that. But when we're out there alone, garbage lids and sticks, shit like that. But yeah, so I do like to play a more complex game, and you can't find it anymore. And every time you talk about these games, you get people that just keep invoking, oh, it's too complicated and all that crap, to the point where you think, yeah, maybe this ain't my scene anymore. It's but oh well, I did write a couple of games and I thought I'd try to sell them stuff, but I can't sell them because people won't stay in these lives long enough to watch. I guess I'm not very exciting. Oh, that was very nice of Brewski to retweet me. I wish he would have stuck around more, but I guess that was cool. Very nice of you folks to get some people in. Feel bad. Yeah, I know. I'd love to do it, but I just don't think that anybody's into that shit. I mean, and their idea of old school is totally not mine, and that's fine. People do, other people, uh, yeah, different ways of doing it. I don't know. Tony, did you do you remember? Were you doing? You probably done because there was a lot of other things going on. But do you remember? Were you doing encumbrance when you were doing D&D at camp? I don't know, but people did it different ways. But I want to play all of that shit. So, and then people go, well, you're one of those broser types, but I'm not one of them. I don't like those guys at all. So, and I don't. Oh, you did? Okay. See, a lot of people did. It was part of the rules and all that, at least in that book, and it made sense to us to do. At least it made sense to my group. But uh, I mean, it's not that everything has to be complicated or lengthy for the sake of it. It's just that it is what it is. If BattleTech in 1985 was fine, I don't need to find ways to make it, some. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't think it attracts most people, unfortunately. Well, there's a couple people that I don't know. There's a couple of people that are close. There's one called what's that guy or the account? I should say I always say guy, and I don't know if they're male or females, but there's one account that Wizard Goes Boom. He's always talking about chainmail and stuff like that, and I know and the more detailed stuff. The other thing is, I don't mind fantasy. I wouldn't mind playing Birthright. That's fine. in general, though, I think fantasy has been overdone. I it took me several months to just get people to stop posting the same, Jeff Easley painting. I mean, I like that stuff, but can we see something else? Can we see some sci-fi, maybe some horror? I used to do westerns. I used to do a game called Boot Hill. I'd like to do that kind of stuff too. Some variety. Um, but Birthright's fine. That's cool. I can do that. But I love my Star Wars, but not a lot of people seem to like Star Wars anymore these days. Unfortunately, I don't. My Star Wars ain't Disney, so there's a lot of Star Wars fans that I finally picked up on, but they're not gamers. I like to play the games. So Star Trek, Star Wars, BattleTech, stuff like that. I went through all that stuff the other night. The one that I just need a 40K map. I don't have any 40K maps, like a map of the 40K universe or anything like that. I don't even know if that exists, but that's what I kind of need for 40K or some portion of it or something like that. But but yeah, I've been spending most of my time just kind of soul searching and wondering if this is maybe not the right choice. This being, I mean, it's one thing to play a game every once in a while. That's cool. But to make this whole, you know, online presence thing and try to, market it and make games and stuff like that. For a long while, I was really into that. I thought that would be a really fun thing to do and try to monetize. And I seen other people doing it. And so I thought, well, I can do it too, make some side money and stuff like that. But I think maybe that was a silly pipe dream to be chasing around. Nobody's really into it like that anymore. So, oh, here's a map for 40K. Holy shit, that's big. Wow. Look at that. That one's not expandable. I want one that I can zoom in on. Wow, that's big though. Here it is. Let's get this. Check this out. I wish I could make it bigger, but I can't. It's still pretty wild though. Look at that. Look at all that stuff. There's a map there's the map I found. That's something. So we could play on that. Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing. What kind of boggles my mind with Star Wars is there's a lot of people that act like if it doesn't, like it can't exist in their mind other than what's being dispensated to them by the company that owns the IP. You know what I mean? It's like, well, okay, well, Disney has it now and they're ruining it, so it's all destroyed. Well, I mean, I don't like what Disney's doing with it either, but it started in the 70s and Lucas sold it in 2012 and everything, what about all the stuff I mean, that stuff still exists. You can still go buy you know, a book or a movie or whatever. So they kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater. So when you bring up Star Wars and say you're doing it, they're like, no, I'm not. The only thing I'm taking from, Disney is a couple of scenes. And like I said the other night, I liked the traffic cop, the stormtrooper traffic cop in Solo that was on the bike. I love Chips, and I'm like, oh yeah, man, he's a cop on a bike, and he's a stormtrooper. That's cool. I'll take that. So technically, it's Disney Star Wars, but I mean, it's not a big deal. uh, here's the funny thing. I'm kind of a weirdo with this stuff. I didn't read a lot of those books. I when it comes to the Star Wars EU, I'm kind of a finicky eater. There's a lot of that material that came out that I just go, this isn't. I mean, it's Star Wars and all that, but it's I was very fixated on getting the true timeline and not any side roads or redone stuff like Jedi Academy. I have that book and I started reading and I'm like, no, that doesn't jive with everything else. I don't care anymore. So I don't want to watch that or read that. I didn't read a lot of the Rogue Squadron though. It might be interesting, but if it doesn't fit in the so I have this really weird outlook on it. So I didn't read a lot of that. I did read the Zahn stuff and some other things like that. Splinter of the Mind's Eye, um, the Hutt Gambit, the original Solo trilogies, the actual why they didn't just make Solo based off of the actual Solo material that came out. They stole from it and rearranged it and then added some more gross shit to it. But I have this very specific canon that I accept and nothing else because I'm weird like that. Right. That kind of shit. Mickey Mouse is Han Solo. So and people are like, wow, you really, are you really a fan? And I'm like, I am. There was so much of that stuff and I didn't have the time to read it all. And I really am. I don't know. Maybe it's kind of an Asperger syndrome thing or whatever, but I was all about, you know, the original thing. I went to the original release of the movie, the premiere. My uncle, the same one from TSR, chaperoned me because I was too young to go. My mom didn't want me to go at all. And he's, just let me take him. So he went with me and we went and saw the original release of the movie. And it didn't have anything about chapter 4 in the crawl. It was just. So when I went back to see the movie again in like 78 or 9 or whatever it was, when they re-released it, I think it was 78, it had the chapter 4 in it. It had a new crawl. What do you mean 4? This is the first one. That was what I was saying. What the hell happened in 1, 2, and 3? What about this battle they keep talking about? I want to see the first battle. Where's the first battle? So, and as I got older, I read about how they had actually shot almost the entire movie in the earlier 70s, like 73 and 74, and then they redid it, right afterwards and released it in 77. So when I got the first DVD release of Star Wars, it had a disc that had all these read throughs, people that were auditioning for the part, and the material that they read the didn't have anything to do with the movie. And I was like, I want to know all about that. I want that script. I want all that old stuff, and I want to put it in together and all that sort of stuff. And then I want the I mean, this may sound like anal and boring to most people. It probably is, but there was several years in the timeline between the first movie and the second movie. Well, I want that time accounted for. I want all of those stories, not some offshoot there of them. So, and that's why I'm playing the big game that I play, because it makes that story in a gaming sort of way. I really like that. So that's why I do it. Right. Well, it's interesting. And well, I think I think they're just saying that because, they're Disney and they they had this whole DEI thing and all that or whatever. But even years ago, I had my own uh, store for a while, hobby gaming store, and I set up a account to buy some things directly from Wizards of the Coast. This is 20, almost 20 years ago, 15, 20 years ago, or something like that. And close to 15-ish, whatever the math comes out to. And I was talking to them, and they had just recently bought TSR and all that, and they had no idea what that entailed. I talked to the gal that ran the licensing department, and she was supposed to know, and she didn't have any idea. I I want to work with games from Avalon Hill, and she goes, I don't know what that is. You're talking to Watsy, and I says, I know, I dialed the number, but you own this. You own this. Your company owns it. She'd never even heard of it. She had no idea what the hell I was talking about. They purchased TSR specifically for D&D, of course. But what they didn't know is that TSR had gobbled up every war game company, Avalon Hill, Victory Games, SPI, that operated in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. They had bought all those companies out and purchased all the licensing. So they had this catalog of games, and those companies didn't just make war games; they made family games and sports games and stuff like that. They've got stuff they didn't even know; they had no idea. I'm sure Disney, but yeah, I know what you mean with the Han Solo deal. Now I don't know. I mean, and there was a time I called LucasArts. I called LucasArts one time from my game store to ask about some licensing and shit. What a bunch of assholes. They just they are they were trained to just start yelling at you. They were supposed to be as mean as they wanted to be by training. When you brought this, like, and when you go, why are you being such a jackass about this? Their response is always, do you know how many people call us every day with some proposal for Star Wars? Yeah, they were really rude, mean people. I had a couple of stories about that too. So, and that guy, once I calmed him down and made him understand I wasn't trying to sell him a story, he was slightly less an asshole. And he goes, it's a really complicated situation with the licensing too, which probably meant I don't want to talk about it more so than it really was. But anyway, so, but yeah, that's what I want. I've got that Star Wars thing that just kind of does that. It's too bad that so many fans have just stopped being fans because of Disney. I never did. I like the idea of preserving and playing the old stuff. So whatever. But and the same with Star Trek. I think they really did a number on Star Trek too. And I'm not as big as a Star Trek fan as I am Star Wars, but I do like it. And when I went to see some of the new Star Trek stuff, I was appalled. I hated it for a variety of reasons. And the show, what is the one with Pike? I was really happy they were doing that until I saw like the third episode, and it was just this huge like propaganda thing for NATO and Russia and all that crap. That's when I go, I'm not watching that anymore. And then they did the musical, which was just awful. I didn't see it, but I saw some parodies of it. Fucking singing Klingons and shit like that. So, but that's another reason why I want to play these big games, because they're all that's really left. That's me creating the only stories that I'm going to enjoy or get out of these IPs anymore, is to play these games. But they ain't going to happen without players, and it doesn't look like I'm going to get very many players. So, too bad. But so it was nice. I really appreciate you guys helping me out and giving me the boost. I feel like maybe it was squandered a little bit. Like maybe I should have had something better prepared. Like this this little talk was a little too fast and a little too lacking in substance, and it kind of really didn't capture anybody's attention very much, though. Kind of self-evaluating. So I don't know. What do you think, Tony? Did you? Oh, you didn't get to see any of it. You had to come late. Well, thanks. I'll try to do better. I just kind of feel like everybody seemed to leave so fast. I just assume it's me. I can't capture people's attention. Well, what I'm going to have to try to do is try to find a way to be more exciting and maybe prepare a little bit more material. What do you think? Do you think it was too fast? There probably wasn't enough information. It's kind of slipshod, don't you think? Some people say don't be hard on yourself and don't put yourself down. To me, it's just simple evaluation so that you can improve. It's not really so much of a, putting myself down as looking for ways to be better. It's amazing what a couple of retweets can do, though, for the numbers. I mean, really incredible. I'm usually getting about twice as many views, and of course, to views on Twitter, if somebody scrolls by and sees your video, they call it a view, but it's bigger. So it's definitely helpful. And obviously it's helpful because there's people that came in that I've never seen come in before. I wonder if it's too late for a lot of people to hang out. That might be it too. I don't know. But I tried doing it early and it seemed like everybody was more interested in going to other people's streams. I don't know. Tony, they're a sales pitch for the game. They sound that way because they are. I'm trying to get people to play my games. That's kind of the point, though. I mean, I'm not charging people. Maybe that's it. Maybe people assume that I'm going to charge for it, and that might be it. That might be why they're going, fuck that. I ain't paying for it, but I'm not doing it. Well, that's kind of the embarrassing thing. I mean, technically, I've been doing this for a couple of years, but when I first started doing it, I'm like, let's just flip it on and see what happens. There's no time like I didn't prepare or even know what the hell I was doing. I'm like, oh, I can go live now. Because like when I first had the YouTube thing, they wouldn't let me go live, and then they changed their policy and I could go live, and I'm like, oh, okay, blink, and I'm sitting in this ratty ass apartment, with a stupid hat on my head and a bigger beard than I got now, going hi. But at first I would get one or two people to come in, usually 1 to 2 at a time. And at that point, what it really was is just I was very lonely. I had just had a divorce and I was living alone in a city that I didn't even want to live in to begin with, and it was nice that somebody would come and talk to me. But they weren't much of a show. And then I tried to, it's been about a year since I tried to really make it a show with like, music and graphics and stuff like that. But what time of day to do it, and the fact that there's other people doing the same, subject matter, but they have a much bigger audience, and they just seem to be better at delivery than I am. Like that Dungeon Delver guy, boy, people love to listen to him. He kind of holds court. He just talks and all that. Very knowledgeable. I think one of the problems is I'm not saying the shit that people want to hear. I'm saying the shit that I want to say. And a lot of times that has to do with saying, you know what, these games aren't that complicated. And I do like to have a lot of depth and stuff. And most people they start to go, oh, that guy's a weirdo. You're supposed to say that they're hard and that you need simplicity and all that. And when they don't hear that, they think I'm wrong or bad or whatever. Um, so honestly, don't know how long I've been doing this, but you need to keep working on it and see what people like and engage with. Just got to find a niche and run with it. Yeah. Want to compete in games? Need to have people play. Well, that's it. Uh, I I got a bunch of people to play. Finding people to play was really hard. When I wrote I have the Star Wars campaign that I'm doing has evaluated. It has evolved. It originally just was a role playing game campaign that I wrote years ago for West End Games. And I literally spent a year and a half begging people to play that fucking game. And I finally got 5 people to play it in 2022. And they had fun. And I planned on recording it and putting out the sessions to show people, hey, I can be a DM and I'm pretty good at it. And we're all having fun. And my computer equipment just wouldn't do it. Every time I tried to live stream or record the session, the machine would just go, bleh. We just didn't have the juice. And it would lock up and shit like that. So I just didn't have the money. So I finally got the money. And by that time, we had played it for about a year and a half, and people started dropping out because they had played enough or they had, all that sort of shit. So, and now I can't get people to play. The only people I get I have this co-host gal, and she plays, and there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not trying to put her down. She has health problems, and she's a new player, so she's not real fast. So it probably doesn't seem all exciting, just the two of us playing, especially when she's still learning, because you're watching a game where somebody's learning how to play it. So it's not real thrilling. It's not her fault. She's great, but I need people to show up on get a regular live playthrough. And I think most of the guy Dave that was in earlier, he's always keen to play something with me, but I think the problem is he was playing the Star Wars, and I think he's finding out that it's too complicated. So, and Tony's not a big game player, but he comes in and talks. Start showing a game with people playing it. Yeah, I mean, again, I'd love to do that, but I literally can't get people to do it. They don't have the time. It's not the kind of game they want to play. It's too complicated a game and all that shit. That's what I get. And I don't know people in real life that play these games. I don't have social contact like that to get people, so I'm at the mercy of begging complete strangers over the internet to play my games. And it doesn't work that well. What time does the Bill guy? I think he starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, I believe, usually. But he's been doing it for like 5 or 6 years or whatever. And he knew Gary. Like I just met Gary and exchanged some words with him this one day when I got to. But he worked with Gary and knew Gary like a friend and all that. So people just listen to him because they assume. I mean, he's not. It's not that he's not. He is knowledgeable. He's worked in the games world. He worked with Troll Lord or whatever and all that. So he commands a big audience because of that association and knowledge, which I understand. I'm not, but what'll happen is I'll turn on my live and maybe some people will come in and hang out for a few minutes. But as soon as that dude turns his on, they leave and go right to his. And that's nobody's fault. That's just, I understand, but it still makes it hard. So I thought, okay, well, don't stream when dude's streaming. Stream later. But I think by the time he's done, most people, they're 9 to 5, career people that have to go to bed and they can't hang out with me at, it's 11 o'clock in Central Time. So it's after midnight on the East Coast, so most people are starting to wrap it up. And if you go too early, then everybody's at work. I like, some people have different shifts. If you're a nurse or something, you might have, but um, usually if you're broadcasting within business hours, most people aren't able to tune in because they're at work. Yeah, let's get me out in the world. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to do a PR tour in real life. Um, and I've been doing it every day. Every day I'm free because I'm not employable anymore, unfortunately, physically, and at this point mentally. But um, so I've got plenty of time. So I've kind of settled into 9 p.m. every night, but I don't know if that's that all the gurus tell you got to keep trying the right time until you find one that works for you and your audience the best. So I've done 7, 8:30, 9, 9:30, shit like that. Right. You can't, yeah, and then there's those kind of folks that just, your swing shift or your call in or whatever it is, and then it's just you never know. So and that there's nothing you can do about it. It's not your fault. But so if it's not him, there's a couple others like Archon, and they turn on sometimes, like Mondays, Archon turns on at like 8 o'clock or whatever, and people he gets a lot of people as well. So um one thing I probably need to do more of is focus on other social media sites other than Twitter. I try to do Instagram when I can. It's not really that I don't have enough time. It's that I just kind of forget. I'm not very well disciplined anymore. It's kind of embarrassing. I should be. Um, but Facebook, I don't get it. I don't know how to make it work. It's so complicated. I opened up this thing that said dashboard on Facebook, and I was like, what the fuck? I don't know what any of this means. I just want to post something. So, and I'm probably not very good at post. I mean, this just doesn't sound want to make it sound like I'm some, you know, defeatist or loser or something like that. But I'm old and I don't know social media very well. I don't know how to. I never worked in any situation where I needed to um, win any popularity contests. I worked in computers and analysis and shit like that in cubicles. So I'm not really. I don't hate people. I'm just. I mean, I don't know how to wow them very well. Um, yeah, I've got Blue Sky, and I post my things at Blue Sky, but that's it because Blue Sky is a fucking nut house of crazy political and terroristic horseshit. Like I stopped even reading anything there because it was just like kill everybody that loves Donald. I guess you probably even shouldn't say that on stream, but it was just like there was people just calling for people's death because they didn't vote. And I'm like, I can't handle it. So I just go on there and I put my thing on, I hit enter, and then I log off. It's too insane. Yeah, it's awful. I mean, it's just horrible things being said. You know. So I hope I don't get flagged by YouTube for saying the word kill, but that's what it is. You're not even supposed to say that. I hate censorship, but it's true. Some guy I just gave $30,000 to that dude that shot somebody in New York because they were an insurance guy, and everybody's good for you. Wait, what? Wow. So I do Instagram. I do, like I said, I do have the Blue Sky, but whatever. And what else? Instagram, Facebook. I don't. There's other ones, but I don't know what they are, and I like WhatsApp isn't even American. I don't know how that would help me. Um, they all seem seedy or someplace that wouldn't really help. Uh, but But Instagram just doesn't seem like a place where anybody actually communicates. They just post because, and that's what it was meant for. It was a picture posting place. Okay. And the problem I have is I don't have physical stuff. I mean, I do, but I live in an apartment. I don't have room for it. So it's in a storage facility. So all I can post pictures of is digital replicas of it and stuff like that. And it's not interesting compared to some kick-ass brush painted miniature. I mean, I understand, but but I put it out there and I do whatever. I used to live broadcast to it, but I don't even know if it was working or if anybody's watching. So I just decided to switch to Twitter. So, but at least at Twitter, I get some interactivity, even if it's minimal because I'm probably shadow banned or whatever. So, um, right. Yeah. This kill thing. And I tried TikTok. And dude, I didn't say kill or any of that. I said they banned me for saying the word communist. You didn't know. I did a I did a video about Panzer Blitz, which is this old war game that I played, and it was the anniversary of Barbarossa, which is the invasion of the Soviet Union. So I talked about fighting communist forces. I don't even think I used the word fighting. I just said engage with communist forces and that they banned me. And my co-host says, "Are you sure it was the word communist?" And I'm like, "Well, what else would it be? Forces, maybe Panzer, whatever it was stupid." So they banned me for that. And so I was like, "Well, I guess I'm done with that one." But those TikTok is for people that are way too young for they're not into like what I mean. It's not my demographic. That's the problem. Most of the stuff that I'm interested in is of a demographic age where, they're fuddy duddies that don't go on social media. Maybe I should be taking out ads in the paper. So pick a day between Sunday and Wednesday to run the game and see if people. Oh, I've done that. I do that every day. That's why, Tony. That's why when you say, "Hey, you sound like you're a commercial for a game," that's what it is. It's me trying to get people to join the game to play it. Yeah, it's just really hard. And I mean, between it being a game that some people is too complex and people just having lives where they have schedules, it's really difficult to get live players. So at least for me, now I see Bill, the other guy doing it, the Dungeon Delver guy doing it. He gets people to play. There's other people that run live games, but what they do is they either have had a channel where they've built a community over a period of years, and I haven't done that yet, or they have personal friends that hook up on YouTube and they play. And I don't have personal friends that play these games. So we'll just keep trying, I guess. You don't want to be too. It's one thing to be critical and self-evaluate so you can improve. You don't want to sound like you're being too hard on yourself, but you do have to recognize the realities that you have to deal with. And then there is the part where you get a little discouraged because you go, "Hey, thanks for coming. Thanks for coming to my live." And you start doing your live and they're gone in like 5 minutes. That's, then you go, "I guess I suck at this. I guess I'm boring." Or they would have stayed around longer, right? What can I do? Yeah, I know who owns TikTok, but that I mean, beyond that, it's just that communist China, which is pretty funny because they ban the word communist. um, oh, well, yeah. I mean, as far as playing the game, other than okay, I get it. As far as playing the game, usually, you know, uh, 7 p.m. my time is a good time to start. I have to have my dinner at a certain time because I'm old. I get grouchy, and if I have it too late, and I get irregular if I have it too early. So, um, 7 p.m. is a great time to start. How long does it go? How long do you want to go? I'll play all night. I don't give a shit. I love playing. If, if I had people to play with me 24/7, just keep, all you need to do is just slip the food under the door and put a toilet in here. I'll just play. I don't give a shit. I love it. But it's, but yeah, 7 p.m. is good. Any day of the week. What day's good for you? Here's another thing. This happened to me too. I understand you're trying to work with me, and I appreciate it. I'm not trying to be difficult about it, but I found this funny because here's what I would do when I was doing this thing for a while where I was trying to get people to play other games and maybe make some money being a DM. So I do this. I mean, everybody do the same thing. They're like, "Well, what time?" And I go, "Well, I don't want to tell you. You tell me." Well, why won't you tell me? Because my thought process is this, is let's get as many people together who say they want to play as possible, and then let them tell me when a good time is, and tell everybody else when a good time is, and then maybe we'll find enough people that have the same time involved. Because otherwise, if I say, all right, I can play it at Tuesday at 8 o'clock, and 20 people go, all right, I could play any other time but that, I'm working then, and they start falling off. So I like to say, when can you do it? And then maybe we can, go backwards and find a good time. But any day at 7 p.m. is fine for me. I ain't got nothing but time. I thought it was a good way to do it. Everybody's like, no, you got to tell people what time you want to play. Okay. Just felt like I was painting myself in the corner, but sure. But yeah, and then let me know what you want to play. If yeah, and I'll be out. I mean, here's the thing. There's there's games that I play or would want to play that no one's ever like. There's a game called Europa. I'd love to play that. Now I can totally understand people going, there's no fucking way I'm playing that game. I'm not even going to try because it has a it has a map that is like 24 feet long or something like that. Maybe that may be a little bit much, but it's fucking huge. And I used to play it at Gen Con, and it was awesome. And you could play it, but you needed like 15 or 20 people that really wanted to play. And you need Excel and calculators. And it really is the game that everybody calls every other game that's complicated. It's pretty involved, but I loved it. I'd play it. Nobody will play that, and I don't blame them. But and the Star Wars thing requires a little bit of learning curve. It's you don't need to learn rules, but there's a lot going on you need to learn. So it might be people might go, oh, this is pretty involved, but all you got to do is say what you want your shit to do. That's all. That's really the only rule you need to know on that. Okay, that's cool. Now, if you, I have, let's see, I got a couple other things. Um, if if the giant boarded Star Wars war game is too much for you, there are potential RPG versions or portions of that campaign that can be done just as an RPG session. Um, I got more games than you can shake a stick at. I got I got a fantasy RPG one off called Zymax's Tower. I've got a FASA Star Trek RPG one off called Shadow of the Hidden Sword that can turn into a major military campaign in Star Trek if people want. Um, I have 3 moderately sized campaigns for uh, Twilight 2000. I got one for Gamma World. What else do I got? I got one for Dawn Patrol, but probably know where to play that. I got an AD&D 1E campaign. What the hell's the name of that one? It's historical and mythological. It is. I didn't delete that one, did I? What the hell is that? Legends of the Norsemen, and so I got that one. In that one, it starts out in historical Great Britain, Vikings versus the British type of thing, and then you get into the mythology where you can fight in the mythological planes of Norse mythology and stuff like that. So people would totally call that like, well, like the wrong political outlook would be like, that's kind of white supremacist. Yeah. No, man, it's just Vikings, man. Just screaming, angry Scandinavian axe wielding badasses. Having started playing my first Braunstein with 8 players online, I got to say those are massive. Take some planning, but are very entertaining. Yeah, that's what I'm doing a lot of, Brewski. I got BattleTech, Star Wars, Star Trek are 2 of the bigger ones. I also have one for World War II, but it's hard to get enough people into World War II. But I can do that with a lot. They really are fun. Right, they're ammo with swords. So it's the history of the actual red beard guy and all that, and you have to keep him alive. It's kind of the basic of the Viking one. It's AD&D. So um, you're summoned to the world by Norse witches who are trying to preserve Viking civilization, which is just about to collapse after this stuff. Um, right, it's totally Kriegspiel. It's absolutely, and that's really what to me what Braunstein kind of is anyway. I kind of mix, I just kind of have a different outlook, but yeah, um, Kriegspiel, and I've got that for all sorts of stuff. Got it for Dawn Patrol too. Dawn Patrol, if you have, it's an old Mike Cook made that. Mike Cook did a lot of D&D stuff, and he made this World War One military RPG. I also have one for an Avalon Hill solo game called. My version is a solo, but it's called Patton's Best, and it's a role playing / military game, and you're Sherman tankers in the war. So, but the thing about that is it's cooperative play because the crew of a Sherman is 5 people, and if I can get 10 people, then we can play with a section of them, and if I can get 25 people, we can play with a platoon of them, whatever. But you can play that way. So yeah, I got also shit. I'm probably forgetting some of them. I have a Greyhawk campaign. Oh, my Greyhawk campaign. So I had some people playing this, and actually Dave would love to play it again. Dave Brown that was in here earlier. I know he'd probably love to play it again because it kind of fell apart with a couple of people that were playing. There was a couple that said we don't really like online play. We thought we would, and we didn't. We don't want to play anymore. But I got this Greyhawk campaign, and it's a special Greyhawk campaign that I made because Rob Kuntz told me that he was going to play on my server online with me, and then said I don't have time anymore and wouldn't, but maybe he'll do the cameo because I wrote a cameo for him in that campaign. I don't want to give a spoiler because it's got a big mystery, but it's a campaign, and it doesn't use the Darlene map. I have a copy of Len Lakofka's playtest map, and we use that instead. It's not an actual copy of Len's; it's a photocopy of Len's copy. That Anna B. Meyer took a one of those full sensor SLR pictures of it, so it blows up really big and all that. But it's his copy. Len had it pinned up in his office to make his modules. He had this map of Greyhawk, an early version before Darlene. So I just thought it was kind of cool to play on that one. I'm booked for 3 weeks with God. Oh yeah, that's right, Gobstein. I kind of got like they asked me, what's his name, the mafia guy. I used to live in the same town as him and stuff, and he encouraged me to get involved in that. And I really enjoy the idea, and I'm glad everybody's making a lot of money and they're raising money for those kids. That's excellent. But there was a buy-in, and I'm so poor I couldn't buy in, so I couldn't play. So they were on my server with it, and then they made their own server, and they just I kind of got left in the dust. So I didn't get to play that. Otherwise, I'd be playing that too. Um, but I am flat broke. I couldn't even pay in. But I'm glad it's successful and you guys are having fun, and you looks like you're over uh, you've got more donations than you even expected, which is great. I'm glad that's good. Oh yeah, I mean I'm not even living I'm living in somebody else's house, their apartment, because I was going to be out on the street last year, and I'm trying to work my way back into my own place to live. So I got nothing to play with. Yeah, the only I got Baldur's Gate because somebody gave it to me for Christmas. That's like the closest thing to a new game I've gotten, and it's Baldur's Gate. So, have Merry Christmas. Here's some bear sex for you. Thanks, I guess. Yeah, yeah, it's an army buddy, and it's kind of these, you know, he did it because it was that or the street, and I'm not really on the lease, so I got to be chill. It's kind of on the sly and all that. So, and now he's got a girlfriend. it's she's so, oh Jesus. Um, and he's been very generous about it, but um, uh, TikTok, so yeah, yeah. The gal who gave it to me, just she's a noob and she really wanted to play it for her grandkids, thought it was cool and all that shit. And she's like, well, they're so spasmodic they don't want to play it anymore. And now I've got it and I want to play it. I'm into the story. Will you play it with me? I'll give it to you for Christmas. Okay. I don't really have much in the way of social outlook, so I was like, all right, I'll play it. So, but I'm not fucking any bears. So it's all, I mean, it's like if for just some turn-based RPG video game to play, eh, okay. But when you like, hey, this is what D&D is becoming, eh. So you kind of just go, all right, I'll play. Well, that would be great. Yeah, um, I, I'd love to get out of here. I mean, you want to be independent. You want to get out of you know, brother's hair there. He's an army buddy and all that, but he's like, how much of this shit do I have to put up? I mean, I try not to be, a pain or anything like that, but after a while, I don't blame him. I get it. It's the girlfriend though, she's kind of, she really wants me to go. She's not bad, but you know how it is. They kind of want to go horizontal, So anyway, but yeah, so yeah, I got a whole bunch of games, and I'm sure I've forgotten one or two. My ultimate dream is to have a lot of these games running on my server all the time, to kind of make it a perpetual online gaming convention atmosphere. I think that's something marketable that I can do something with. So that's kind of what originally was looking for. And I'm making these 2 rule sets and all that for whatever that's worth. I don't probably isn't going to be much as far as money with, but I did it. So I got 2 now. One is not super complex, but it's got a lot of depth. And then there's one that's, just a pamphlet that people can, I'm going to put the licensing in so that people can make their own stuff on top of it, that kind of deal. But I appreciate it, Brewski. Yeah, maybe I'll drop you a line on that issue. So I made $60 yesterday. That's the first time I've made money in a long time. I've got a little bit that I'm sitting on, and that little bit is, goes into my stomach, and the rest I try to put into doing this whole online thing, hoping that it might generate a little bit of income, at least enough to, to be more than just feed me, so, pay some rent or something. Well, while we've been talking here, I rolled up a new D&D. Oh yeah, Human Death Knight, Paladin, Wizard rule. There you go. Straight up all the way through. With that kind of luck, you should buy yourself a lottery ticket. Yep. So, when I run them online, of course, I always have everybody submit their characters to me. So I've never had a problem with anybody playing any tricks on me. With one dude though, one dude did pull some shit with his attributes on me during a game. And I was like, wow, really? So that was crazy. The idea of cheating, just, I didn't think it was going to be a thing, but this dude, he gave himself 2 or 3 points on strength for a roll. And that's after he submitted a PC sheet to me. I guess he thought I wasn't going to look at it. I had a bunch of guys go on Rumble about, I don't know, 6 months ago or whatever, and they played a game with me, and they panned me hard. That was the most ill-prepared motherfucker. Boy, they really let me have it. Well, some of it wasn't very fair. Some of it wasn't even truthful, really. But I think this dude was one of them that heard that. So I guess he thought I wasn't going to be prepared enough to check his sheet. So he actually tried to squeeze out a couple of strength points. Wow. Yeah, those guys really hammered me on that. I've had nothing but compliments from everybody but those 3 dudes on Rumble. Everybody else says, oh, he's great. I even got a couple of people to write reviews for me on, what's the name of that place? Start Playing. It's one of those places where you can charge to be a DM. I tried doing that when the COVID thing hit. And there's a lot of people being, DM for hire. I got some good reviews. I'm pretty good at it. And the problem is I can't be very emotive. And the later, and totally understandably, but the later it gets at night, the more likely, you kind of got to, because you're in an apartment. So it doesn't come off always very exciting, because you have to keep your voice down. Not that I need to scream or something like that, but it's hard to be emotional when you're, you know what I mean? When you're trying to talk low. So, and you kind of need to be exciting. But other than that, it's good. Another good time to play, if anybody can play, is Saturday afternoon, because that way I don't have to, whisper like a mouse after a certain period of time. But a lot of people can't be playing on Saturday afternoon, so I didn't really bring it up. So I figure the best is 7 p.m. But that's another alternative. Yeah. Yep. I know I'm forgetting one. I got BattleTech, Star Trek, Star Wars, World War I biplanes, World War II tanks, World War II infantry, Kriegspiel. I can play any damn war game Kriegspiel you want. You name it. I probably have it. especially if it's Avalon Hill. Even a few that are GMT and modern. Salerno 43 was one that's a GMT game that I just played recently that people. Oh, and I've got Sayasi. I've got my Sayasi campaign. I think I'm saying that right. If you know how to speak Japanese, maybe you can teach me to pronounce it properly because I don't know if I am, but I call it Sayasi. I looked the word up. That's my own made up game, made up. Well, not a made up game, but it's a made up campaign world, dystopian future. I started writing that back 2012 or something like that, and I had this. I was one of these guys who goes, "I'm writing a novel." Nope. And it's fun to say you are, and it's fun to think one up. It's a completely different thing to actually write 300 pages of dialogue and stuff. But I have extensive notes and a lot of other. I wrote some scenes and stuff like that in it, and I took that and I made it a kind of a campaign world. And back when I was doing it, dystopian sci-fi was a really hot topic. Now, not so much. It's kind of a burned out thing, but I got an RPG world on it. Some of it can be done with well, I can do it all with my RPG if I want to, if people want to learn it. Otherwise, the best commercial products are there's a prequel, and that should be done with Twilight 2000, and then the main story is probably best done with maybe like Gamma World. It's got like robot tentacle plants and giant walking robots and brain scanners. And the funniest thing about the one I made is when I was writing it, all the technology in it seemed super futuristic. And now that it's almost a decade later, it doesn't seem very, a lot of it's not very sci-fi anymore. But anyway, it's just kind of interesting from that perspective. But it's a whole storyline about kind of a post-apocalyptic kind of, but not a nuclear apocalypse. It was a virus, kind of a 28 days type of apocalypse thing. So what I did was I was watching a show called Prophets of Sci-Fi on Netflix. It was a season long thing, and they went to all the big writers and sci-fi writers and sci-fi directors, Lucas, Arthur C. Clarke, Bradbury, Asimov, Philip K. Dick, and they did a show on each one, and it really got the imagination sparking. So I kind of pulled stuff from everywhere, from Bradbury and Dick, and of course, iRobot with Asimov and a bunch of stuff like that. And anyway, so there's that whole campaign to play too, which would be really fun because it would be neat to see. Like I had this great idea for, well, I mean, it's great in my mind. Everybody else might think it's garbage, but I really did want to write the novel. It'd be neat to see it come to life through role playing. That would be fun. I'm at work Saturdays till 6 p.m. in the morning and then back at 2 p.m. till 6 a.m. So, okay. So that's not going to work very well. Bummer. Well, we'll stick with the 7 p.m. I shouldn't jump it around. That's a mistake I make. I go, well, if this will work better, and then all of a sudden I've named too many times and it starts getting confusing. So if you want to shoot at 7 p.m. on a weeknight or something like that, that's great. Keep it easy and give you a target to shoot at. Just the only caveat is I can't be as emotive as a DM as I sometimes would want to be when it comes to RPG play. At night, that's all. Otherwise, no problem. This guy, he always, like I tell him, I says, I got a decibel thing right here. I never exceed a certain decibel rate, but he gets nervous when I start getting too, happy, or if I like, you know, if I try to be, the angry NPC, he's like, "What's going on in here? Are you fighting with somebody online?" He doesn't get the whole gaming thing. He's not a gamer, so I think he thinks I'm going to have a flashback or something. Um, but other than that, we're fine. So yeah, those are all the games. I think I've covered them all. Any other topics or interesting discussions? Sometimes it's fun just to hang out on the stream and talk with people. It's cool doing that. I don't know if that's a real entertaining show for people, but I enjoy it. So that's great. Appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I just want to say here. I just want to put this out. This word. See if anybody knows how to pronounce this. It's Japanese. It kind of means the rebirth. So let me put it out there. There. That's the word. That's the title. That was going to be the title of the first book. I wrote most of the prequel and then started on the first book, and then realized, you know what, you ain't gonna write three. My eyes were bigger than my stomach. I had this idea of writing this 3-novel trilogy about this story, and it's kind of silly to think I could do that much. So I only got so far, and then I stopped. But I did do a very good job. I was very thorough about fleshing it all out. So it makes for a great RPG. I even made RPG. I don't know if I can find them, but I made like RPG supplement books for it. So on Word. I would be fun to commercialize it, but the technology, it's so old that people are like, "What's sci-fi about that?" I've got that in my house. So anyway. So what do you think, folks? Thanks for all the support. Appreciate your encouragement and attempts to try to support and help me. That really means something. I certainly need it. I'm this isolated old man, and I ain't got no getting a support network is certainly helpful. I mean, like these people have been very kind. I'm not trying to make it sound like they're not. They are, but one person can only do so much, and he's trying to develop his own life. So yeah, that'd be great. People can see. I did get some of the gameplay. I couldn't film it because my computer video card had aneurysms on it, but I did get some of the sessions recorded, the Star Wars sessions. I don't know if audio would be appealing to put out, though. I think most people would, maybe, as far as a playthrough, it really kind of loses something if it's not. I mean, some of it got recorded, but not enough to. It's kind of out of context because it's only a couple of sessions. It might be maybe if I chopped it up and just found some of the funny parts and played them as shorts or something. Maybe. I don't know. I should probably make shorts. They say that's really a big thing on YouTube, right? I don't know. But yeah, gaming would be fun. It's nice. The last couple of years, the other thing I tried to get is holiday gaming. Having been alone on Christmas for several years in the past, boy, ain't nothing suck as bad as being all by yourself on a holiday. At least for me. Ooh. So I tried to get some people, and I saw some other people that were in that boat, and I tried to get them together to play, just not some hardcore game, something something fun, some board game, just to be social, around the Christmas season. But this effing Twitter wouldn't let me, I couldn't get to enough people to find anybody that was interested in even doing that. So I tried to help out other people that way, but no dice. But this would be great. Do you? I should try to make some. I didn't know what to do, but maybe chopping some of that gameplay. I don't know if like a minute worth of a gameplay session out of context would be appealing as a short, though. I mean, you can write it. I don't know. There's a couple of things that happen that might be funny. It might be take the little funny parts and make a short out of it and say this is the kind of fun you can have if you play with me or something like that. Like the time one character just decided to strip naked and get on a speeder bike like she was Lady fucking Godiva to distract some gangsters from shooting her friend. And then got into a speeder bike chase in the desert, buck ass naked, being chased by two Rodanians that were slavers. I don't know. It was funny at the time. You play that for the wrong people, though. They might go, slavers, you're one of those white supremacists. You're part of the patriarchy. No, it's just a game. But that happened. That was pretty funny. Listening to a drunk guy play a drunk guy giving commentary during a speeder bike race. That was kind of funny too. I don't know. I don't know if that's good. If that's good material or not these days. I used to laugh at people like Sam Kinison. If I played Sam Kinison in public, I'd probably get arrested. Eddie Murphy Raw. That was shit that I used to laugh at. Bobcat Goldthwait. The early stuff. Carlin. Oh, okay. It messes up the. Yeah. Yep. The old stuff. That shit was great. Yep. Okay. No, that's good because to me, being brief is harder than being. I'm good at talking. I can talk all. It may not be exciting, but I can do it all damn night. But trying to fit something into a minute or something is pretty fucking hard. Oh yeah, that sucks. I've got a mountain of dental work that I've been kind of sidestepping for various reasons. Yeah, I had some damage. I got in. I used to fight a lot, so I've got some jaw problems. I tried to do stuff like recorded. I tried to do it myself, and I think I'm smooth here. It may not have a lot of direction. We're just conversating and all that. But if I try to do something scripted, not even like I'm not even talking about writing off a script, just going over a script and saying, okay, I'm going to just kind of do this and do it pre-made, recorded. I sound like Porky fucking Pig. I don't know what it is, why I have such a problem with it, but I can't get it to come out smooth. Um, so, and then I did it with a co-host and we tried to do it with a script and And a couple of people watched it and they said, it sounds like you're reading a script, because we were. So, uh, so then we go, okay, well, let's drop the script and just kind of be free form and just talk. And then people said, well, you don't sound very prepared, and you know all that. She's kind of ADD, you know. I probably am too, you know. So we didn't sound like we had any cohesive thing to say, so it didn't work out that way either. So we're still trying to figure out how to do it, you know. Yeah. So what we did is we have, and this also may be a mistake, but what we do is, well, she's in a situation where she can't do a lot of foresight. She can't really, you know, what I'd like to do is go through everything, you know, maybe the night before, you know, just kind of get it down pat. This is what we're going to talk about. This is how long we're going to do it. This is basically what we're going to say and all that. She doesn't have that kind of time. So she just wants me to send her an outline of it. And I've gotten, so what I do is I have the AI, I say, this is what I want. This is what the topics I want to do. And I have the AI make out an outline. And I send her the outline through uh, email or whatever. And then we just kind of we just kind of riff off of that outline. This is what I did tonight. But I went through it so damn fast, and I didn't really get very in depth in any one particular topic. I think the thing the reason I do that is I'm afraid that if I get too in depth, people will start finding it boring because I'm going too long. I'm so geared to people being, you know, very, they want information in very small, brief chunks. So I don't go down in the weeds too far with it. Yeah. 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 It's a bad thing. I started out when AI first came along. I'm like, you know, I read Asimov. This is, we shouldn't have this stuff. And then everybody goes, shut up, you old fuddy duddy. It helps. So I went and did it. I went and got Chat GTP because I thought, well, let's find out what it can do. And every once in a while, it'll do something that's helpful. But usually it's just a pain in the ass. But I still have become addicted to it because it types fast, a hell of a lot faster than me. So I just kind of go to it whether I need it or not. And what I really should do is just stop paying for it and get it out of my life. So I go back to thinking things through. It probably would be a lot better if I wrote the outline and got it in my mind by writing it and then talked about it instead of being handed this teleprompter version. Yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't, like, now if I wanted to make an NPC for D&D or Star Wars or something, that it's great for that. It'll whip up a character and it'll do it well and write a little backstory for it and everything. It's great, but I should probably relegate it to that kind of thing. I always got some shit going on with my eyes. Yeah, yeah. Well, I think what you know, I'm the thing that I got two things. I like to talk about the idea of, you know, I'm no broser, but I like that. I don't like those guys very much, but I like the idea of a war game RPG type of mixture. My whole thing was trying to get people to see, if you're going to play war games, play them Kriegspiel, or because it's a completely different experience. If you're playing that game double blind with a GM, you know, no wonder Avalon Hill games look boring and crazy when you're set them up and you're just head to head. But if you play in teams and you have a DM, that's it's a whole different game. So there was that, and the other thing was, um, I just get sick and tired of all the everything's got to be simple, simple, and watered down. And my whole idea was the whole two things that I was trying to focus on is just play the game, play a robust, interesting, deep game that plays long, and stop complaining about complexity. But nobody want to hear that shit. They ain't got time for that. So, and the whole Kriegspiel thing, it's kind of been soured because so many people associate it with these Brosser people, and they just go, well, you're just some fundamentalist fanatic, and they don't want to listen to you. Yep, and on lives like this, don't worry too much about pacing and scripting. You go as long as you want to go, and you'll play off the audience. Yeah, I like to try to interact. That's I keep telling people. Apparently, in several cases, I was telling people that weren't people. Apparently, there's bots that. But I had like 8 or 9 listeners, and I says, "Come on, say something." I'm much better when I can talk to. I'm much more relaxed. I'm much more smooth. I don't stammer when I'm just conversating with people. That's really what I wanted to be. I once want to be a talk show where we would talk instead of being in front of some pedestal, giving a presentation. But I had 8 listeners the other night, and apparently they're all bots. Kriegspiel is just it started in the 1800s. 1813 is when Kriegspiel first came out. It's kind of the granddaddy of modern tabletop gaming. I'll show you. In fact, here, you want to see the coolest thing ever? So it's just the German word for war game. It literally just means war game. And it was designed to train officers in tactics during time of war. And it was played by 2 teams and a judge. Sometimes there was 3 judges. And it was played in 3 different rooms originally. And if you play a war game, Kriegspiel, like, it's so much better. Okay, so this isn't the greatest picture. I didn't take it, but it still gives you somewhat of an idea if you can see it. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, but this is so awesome. So let's see if we can make this look cool on my screen for you because it's neat. Okay, so I'm going to try to zoom this in. See if we can make it big for you. Okay, there you go. All right, now, what do you see there? You see a measuring device. You see a compass, and you see little blocks, and then you see smaller little blocks. So, and then if you might be able to see on the table that it's there's a grid drawn onto the table. This is 1813. Yeah, this is 1813. This is one of the original sets made. This is one of several pictures I'll show you. But doesn't that look like it's little train tiles like a war game? And this is 1813 Prussia, which is now Germany. And the smaller little things are the units, like hex and counter chits. And then there's a compass, and then the things with the notches are measuring devices. And they had their own kind of they had special dice, custom dice. And then it had a book with charts and rules. It's like got the components of every other war game ever made. And so it's really looking cool, man. Oops, I'm back. I hit the wrong button. Hope you're all still there. Woo. But anyway, that's one of, it's in a museum in Berlin. So here's the next part. This is cool. So watch this trade. Check this out, man. Awesome. Okay. So let me get this. Make sure I hit the right button and don't turn myself off. You can hear me all right, can you? Okay. I'm still there. Yeah. I hit the back button on my StreamYards. Okay. All right. So this is the drawer part of it. So there's that green thing is the manual, and there's trays full of other units in there. And then these packs are like all the other terrain and shit. It's got the charts and everything. Isn't that cool? That's so cool. So, and there's a whole history that goes all the way up till the 1900s, where people made all sorts of variations of it. It became a parlor game for people, and it literally is the first war game. It's it, but the ref kind of acts like a GM in an RPG, in that he explains what you see, but only from the perspective of the soldiers on the field. So if there's guys hiding, the enemy's hiding behind a building or inside a trench or something, and you can't see them, they don't show up on your board. The referee just puts down the units that you see and no other, so you can walk into ambushes and shit like that. So yeah, it's super cool. So that's kind of the start of the campaigns that we play. Some people use the word Braunstein, and that's kind of a variable definition, but um, but it's all the same stuff. So, and then here's another picture. This is pretty cool. Oh, this last one, but it's pretty neat. Let's make sure I hit the right button. So here are the special dice. So they tell it like that die, all that shit on there tells you everything that happened. It's not just how many people died, but all sorts of information are on that die when you roll it. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. So the guy's name who made it, his name was von Reiswitz, and he got the idea. It started when he walked by kids playing with toy soldiers, and back then, toy soldier was a flat piece of tin stamped out with a mold. And anyway, he said that was part of his what sparked it for him. And he was an artillery officer, and of course they're very mathematically heavy, especially back then and all that. So he made it, and the Prince of Prussia at the time caught wind of it and saw it, and the kid thought it was awesome, because the Prince wasn't. I remember what he was, but he was kind of a teen, so he thought it was really cool. So he showed it to his dad, the king, and the king's like, make as many sets as you can. I want my people, my soldiers, to use this. And the set I just showed you is one of the first sets that they made up. So, and they used that all the way into the Germans used it. Then the British learned about it and they made a version, and the French made a version, and the French brought it over to the Americans in the late 1800s, and then the French or the Americans made a version of it, and the last time they played it that I'm aware of, that kind of, I mean, they still do Kriegspiel like stuff, but the last time they did Kriegspiel was like 1908, and I've got a copy of that one too. So, and then there was the dude in Chicago, I think it was in Chicago, that made the game called Strategos, which was a modified version of Kriegspiel, because the dude that made it was a German-speaking American immigrant, and he went and got a copy of the original Kriegspiel, and he made Strategos. And Gary used Strategos, Gary and Dave, in the whole Blackmore thing and all that, or it was like an inspiration or whatever. So it's got this direct lineage to everything. But that's how you play. I played a double-blind war game at Gen Con with 15 people per side and 3 judges. It was the fucking cat's meow. It was so fun. Oh yeah, I've got pictures of the Krauts playing micro armor war games during the Second World War. That it looks just like GHQ. They got the trees and the terrain and the whole kit and caboodle. Yeah, they used to play it, and they had little mini tanks and the whole fucking thing. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Yeah, there's two different ways. So I mean, this is how the whole complexity versus uh, simplicity shit really starts. Because what happened when the French and the Americans got a hold of it versus the British and the Germans played it with strict procedural rules and charts and stuff like that. And then the French got a hold of it, and there's this French general that goes, "My people can't. That's too hard to learn. I'm training teenage second lieutenant, commissioned officers, and and not everything fits into these procedures." So he says, "Fuck those rules," and he says, instead of having the umpire do rules, we're going to get combat veterans to be the umpire, and they'll look at the situation and they'll give their assessment based on their combat experience. And so it watered down the rules, and they called it Verdi's free Kriegspiel. So there was strict Kriegspiel, which would be crunchy, and then there was free Kriegspiel that wasn't. There were some complaints about the free Kriegspiel normally, that for a long period of time there was a lot of people that weren't, combat veterans weren't. It was hard to get, and that didn't. It's hard to say this. I don't mean to be disrespectful, being one. I've had my time in the service and all that, but being a combat veteran sometimes isn't the right way, because their judgment isn't. I mean, people go, "How can you not say a combat veteran is not credible?" It's not that they're not credible, but they're not. Sometimes they're affected too much by the combat to make a good judgment. I'm trying to be, I don't want to be offensive about it. So there's some complaints about free Kriegspiel not being as good as strict Kriegspiel, even though most people go, too many rules, bad, and all that. But that's kind of where the whole, crunchy thing came from. So yeah, they let's see, RPG that can. Well, that's kind of what I've been doing. That's what my thing is, Caitlin. That's I call it paracosmic convergence, but it's got all that. Yeah, that's the way I like to play. I don't mind playing a one-off RPG if it's got a good story or something like that. I did a lot of that sort of stuff, and I did Higgs crawls and dungeon crawls and all that. But what I really wanted to focus on when I started doing this was that kind of stuff, that giant living campaign, where everything goes on, just like the Star Wars thing. In my Star Wars game, you can be a commander of troops. You can be a Star Destroyer commander or something like that, or if we get enough people, and I mean a lot of people, but you can be like a commando or a rebel agent or something. And if you're a rebel agent, then what you would be doing is you would be going on traditional RPG like missions. Hey, we need, like, for example, we need 5 people to go commit sabotage on a Imperial fuel depot or something like that. And that would be an RPG game where you have to get to that place. You have to get through the security. You have to, plant the bombs, shit like that. Or, like I said, you're the war game guy where you're chasing down some rebel fleet and you're fighting them like a war game with your Star Destroyers versus their, Mon Cals or whatever it is. But all of it happening in the same world, all at the same time, and it all has an effect on one another. And as far as building things like building castles and stuff like that, the Star Wars equivalent is the Empire just took this world, but it's some backwards, world that has blowgun or, technology or whatever. So they build a fortress on it. So you kind of have that Sim City domain building aspect to it as well. So that's the kind of stuff I like to play. And that's when people go, whoa, that's too much, too complicated, whatever. But no, it's not, as long as that's kind of what this whole getting organized thing was going to be about. I was going to do more about, maybe next time, about how to organize this sort of stuff so it isn't um, so unwieldy it's not possible. I use a lot of Excel and a lot of record keeping and stuff like that. What really makes it work better, though, is having an assistant DM or two. Then it really works great. Yeah, yeah. If you don't know what's about to happen, you think you're playing something else. But yeah, so, and the key is to keep the mask back. You can't. I mean, I like well, what people call complexity, but I'm not so in. You know, I can bend giving the situation. If you're going to play something like I'm playing, you can't go play silent death miniature rules for the combat on top of it. It's that'd be too much. So you have to have the mass battles have to be, reasonably light, because you're doing all this other stuff too. So I mean, I get that part. I get that. Yeah, Caitlin, I know what you're talking about. I know people that are like that, and I've had people that are combat veterans. I don't talk much about what I did or whatever, but I love when people wiggle their fingers about that shit to me because they don't have any idea. Because you know, I've been around a couple of blocks, but the thing is I have that with gaming too. I've had people go, well, you think you want realism, but or simulation, but nobody really wants that blood and guts. And I thought, you sucker, do you really think that's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about simulation? Is seeing somebody's innards being ripped out? No, I'm talking about making sure that that in world is just like the world you're trying to emulate. I mean, even like, or people that go, "Oh, you can't have realism in BattleTech." The fuck you can't. Look, BattleTech has an internal consistency, an internal realism all of its own. Yes, it's not reality, but there is some truths to the way the lore works and the way the mechanics work. You have uh, that generator, that nuclear motor inside your mech, and it will overheat if you do too much. And if you do way too much, it will explode. That's not necessarily real physics or whatever, but it's Battletech physics. And if you violate that physics, then it's not realistic Battletech. And people say, well, I mean, you can't have realism. Yeah, you can. Even the bullshit is realism in Battletech. Can you really fit that much ammunition, that many 20, your LM-20 has how many tons of ammo? Where are those missiles inside the body of that vehicle? There's no way it would fit in there. But that's BattleTech, so there it is. That's the BattleTech reality, you know. But yeah, the same shit with the assault weapon thing, because weapons of war is bullshit. The the people that I don't want to get too political or whatever, but yeah. But what's a weapon of war? The thing you pick up and use as a weapon. Not everybody gets to have the stuff manufactured by from some defense department contractor. You know, so we, Johnny Appleseed wasn't buying from Boeing. He was using the same squirrel gun he was hunting for food for his family with when the Brits came marching. Oh, I know. The turning it into this, I mean, intrigue is one thing, but that that teen so bullshit those guys are doing. But that's another one. Like I was talking about earlier with Star Wars. There's some people that just hate Star Wars now, and I'm like, why? I understand hating Disney, but that doesn't mean that Lucas evaporated. Why don't you still love that? And people that go, whoa, BattleTech's dead. CGL killed it. Jack, I got every FASA product ever made. I bought it all. It's still there. You can still get it. It's still as good as it was in 1985. Why don't we just play that and fuck CGL? Write our own lore. Oh, it only goes up so far. All right. We can do better than they can. You know, just like I was saying earlier about people that make character sheets that are better than the ones that TSR made. The people who have the passion, have the experience, are not the people that are making the product anymore. So let the players do it. We'll make better stories than they ever could, and they won't be that prissy teeny bopper shit. We're going back to the Succession Wars, motherfucker, right? Huh? Right, yeah, and their product, same deal with their product. I don't have to buy their miniatures. I'll make better looking mechs. I can design a better mech than you guys can anyway. And I don't have to play that Robotech bullshit either. Okay, they sued FASA. They didn't sue me. My Warhammer looks like it did 3058, motherfucker. you know? Well, and that's the thing too. I had battle droids, and it had some lore in the book and all that, and that stuff was neat. But you could just throw down, the lore is great. What FASA did as it progressed was excellent. But at the heart of it, when you first had battle droids, it was just let's beat the shit out of each other with really great big walking tanks. Yeah, so you can jump in without having to have read all the fiction. You can come as you play instead of you've got to know it before you play. That's what I think is really cool about it. Right? Yeah, it's just killing, just getting raw, and then okay, like I didn't. It came with like I bought the second edition that said BattleTech, and it had the Rough Riders insets, and it had the House Merrick and all that, and I kind of read it, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting, but I don't really, right now I just want to rip the arm off your mech and beat you over the head with it. and then they came out with all the books and stuff, and it was cool. So I got into it after that. Yeah, and Games Workshop's another one. Right. Yeah. It's I agree, Brewski. It's great that you can step in. It's like an old lady getting into the pool, one step at a time, and you can just kind of gently submerge yourself into the lore without having to, do the cannonball off the diving board at the deep end and all that. I like that, working you in from it. Watching Games Workshop over the years has been a hell of a thing too. I quit at second edition with 40K, and they were always kind of they were kind of bad then. I had a story, man. Like I said, I had a retail store, and for a while, and I went to Downers Grove, Illinois. I forget the name of the store, but it was I think it was independent retail store, but in the back, they were adjacent in the building to Games Workshop's regional sales office for the Midwest. And I went down there for a retailers meeting with some Games Workshop guys named Blake and Blair, British guys that had flown over. And that was one hell of an experience. Watching these retailers were so mad at these guys. It was like late 90s, maybe 2000. It was definitely before 9/11, but not that far before 9/11. And anyway, just red face screaming at Games Workshop because of the way that they were treating these retailer people, how they had them by the nuts. And I went to that meeting, and I really had an eye opening about Games Workshop at the time. I felt the second edition stuff was brilliant stuff, and their models looked great and all that. I thought it was awesome. But then I looked, I peeked behind the curtain. That was my first introduction to what kind of mother effers those guys were. And then about 3 months later, I took a trip to St. Louis, and I talked to everybody in St. Louis I could find that had a store, and most of them were on the. I mean, I'm not laughing at this, but most of them were on the verge of collapse, mostly because they had been screwed by 40K or by Games Workshop so much, and then on top of it, Games Workshop opened about 3 or 4 stores in the St. Louis area right at the same time and started competing with the people that they were screwing over, put them all out of business. Fucking wild to listen to that stuff. Yeah, I did. Um, I let somebody talk me into it. I was a big micro armor player, and I had people saying, Magic's going to kill all the historical wargaming, and I let them. I kind of got talked into it, and then I says, but I don't really like Magic. And so people kept pushing me to Games Workshop. And the reason that they were pushing me to Games Workshop is because they had to move a lot of products. So they sent me in that direction. I went to Mills Mall in uh, Gurnee, Illinois, and where the Six Flags is in Illinois, just north of Chicago. And I said, okay, I'm looking to buy into 40K. What do I got to do to do it? This was a Games Workshop outlet in the Mills Mall. I don't know if you're familiar with Mills Mall, but they're like super malls. Anyway, and here's the starter kit. All right, that looks cool. And I had played Blood Bowl and Space Hulk at Gen Con and thought they were both really awesome. So okay, give me 40K. $89.99 for the starter kit. All right, okay. That's a lot, but okay, I get it. Well, it comes with models. All right, what can I do with the models? Well, you can play the introductory scenario in the back of the rules. Well, okay, but what if I want to play a full battle? I was watching people playing with thousands of points. What if I want to play 2,000 points? And the guy just starts pulling shit off the shelf. Bam, bam, bam. It's like a log. I'm carrying like firewood. It's so much shit. And I go over to the to check out. It was like $200-300 or whatever, which at the time was a lot more money than it is now. But I mean, it was just crazy. And then I had the Outrider people come into my store, and that was a wild ride too. But yeah, I got nothing for any of those things anymore. But at the time, it was wild. They were making the videos. Did you ever see the movies that they made for 40K? They premiered them at Gen Con. The live action 40K movies from the 90s. They had a giant Terminator, Blood Angel Terminator, and they put a TV inside the Terminator armor, maybe 8 feet high. It was great, and they were playing these movies in there inside the. I mean, they were really doing it up well. You couldn't. It was great. And I love Space Hulk. I didn't play as much Blood Bowl. I did play a couple of demos and played it a couple of times. The premise is hilarious. But Jesus, after working with them, wow. So I got out of that. But so I kind of stick with BattleTech and Star Wars and World War II and shit like that. I don't know how I mean, I don't work because of a whole bunch of stories and all that stuff, but the cash flow needed to stay up with 40K right now, I can't imagine. Oh God. Well, and that's the other thing. Even if they weren't, predatorial in their business practices, just the idea of just recreating the same game 8 times to make more money. Hell no. I got my original 40. Well, I finally did some, but I for years I had my original um, what is it, Mark IV armor or whatever. And I would go and I take that stuff to places, and some people wouldn't let me play with it at all. It wasn't even a tournament. We were just playing for fun, and they still wouldn't let me use it. I ain't gonna go replace that shit. I paid a lot of money for that. Do you get a? I the idea of I mean to be the 3D printer thing. I mean, wow, is it more economical? Because I don't know anything about it other than I really, really want one, and I know I can't afford one. I'll probably, but just it's one of those things that back in the day you'd get. I'm not talking about gaming lines, but like I used to like toy soldiers. I used to play with toy soldiers because they were cheaper than the gaming miniatures, but they'd always leave something out, and we always wanted to. Me and my buddies were like, it'd be so great to be able to have your own model line because none of them they would always leave something out like if it was World War II, oh we make all the Mark IVs except the G, you know well I play 44, I want the G. No, we don't. They'd always leave something cool out, or they here's a bunch of Japanese and a bunch of Germans for our this is our releases this year. Well, you just released two. I can't find why. How come there's no allies? But if I had a 3D printer, I could just make my whole everything I wanted. But yeah. Okay, so once you have the setup, it's so. Oh, really? Okay, so there it is. Wow. Yeah, and I know it's come a long way from the early prototype thing. Like the ones that I first saw, they did the layers like a honey dripper, and they couldn't do recurves very well or any of that stuff. Now this, wow, boy, I would love to have something like that. I would, and they've come down in price. I mean, I can't afford anything right now, but they have come down in price, so it really is attractive. Yeah. Yeah, wow, it'd be just great. So the best I can do is tabletop simulator. I can take a JSON file that was meant for a 3D printer and I can put it into tabletop simulator. So all I get is virtual, but it's kind of fun. But there's nothing like a big wooden table in your basement filled with gaming shit. There you can't beat that. Yeah, it's still fun. I can still play the miniatures, but and I think sometimes when you try to put that out on a YouTube, it's not as impressive to people. Oh yeah, it's a computer game, whatever. But if you had your cameras on a actual miniatures table, wow, yeah, that gets people's attention. Yeah, most of the stuff, absolutely. I've got a ton of that stuff. Um, Board games, all my Star Wars and Star Trek miniature campaigns are set up on TTS. Um, but yeah, there's all sorts of shit. That Rebellion, the board game, Axis and Allies. I've got a bunch of all that stuff out there that people have put on the workshop page. There we can play. Be fun. Um, I mean, I'll even learn new board games if they look interesting. I've got all my World War II games, but I'm sure most people go, I don't know, that's kind of an old man thing. Um, but yeah, I got, I don't know, maybe I could get, like, you ever played Fortress America? That's a pretty good one. It's kind of old, but it's like Red Dawn, the board game. I don't know. I've always tried to like go towards the nostalgia a little bit, but yeah, there's all sorts of stuff. I could play a lot of miniatures games. There's a bunch of BattleTech on there. Um, there's some BattleTech miniatures, and there's a bunch of BattleTech boards that look like GeoHex boards. They're really cool. They got the hexes on them, and they're really neat. You can play that too, something like that. There used to be just a fuck ton of 40K stuff. I used to have like I had 5 or 6 chapters downloaded of Space Marines, but I think Games Workshop came in and told the company get rid of that shit because most of it's gone. I think they kind of scared people out of it. There was a really great Space Hulk setup too, and that's all gone, which I would have loved to have played, but they got threatened. But that AOS is on there. There's several armies for that on there. Yeah. But yeah, there's like I say, there's plenty of BattleTech. Never seen any Blood Bowl. But if you like historical miniatures, they got plenty of that. You can't really copyright that stuff that much, so you see a lot of it. But there's also board games, fun ones. Yeah. Yeah. There's now the terrain, I haven't seen many people take the 40K terrain off that much, but the models kind of got attacked pretty badly. But man, a couple years ago, there was just big, like you'd log on and the table was just thousands of points of Marines, and you could just pick them up and put them in this bag and take them to a different table and play them and shit. It was great. So in fact, I can do this. Let's see. The magic of sharing the screen. Let's peruse the brochure, as it were. Let's see. Okay, library. I think I can do this. Okay. Da, 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 da. Present. Let's see. See if this works. Entire screen. Window. Okay, let's see if it works. Does this work? Okay. Do you see a black screen? What if I did that? Nope. That didn't work. How about this? Okay. Looks black, huh? Bummer. Well, there's still some in here. There's still some. Can you see this? I don't know if you can see that. Look at that. Wow. What if I went, how about if I just did this? What about the entire screen? How about that now? Can you see it? Whoops, wrong one. There we go. How about that? And if I make that small, Primus Captain. So it's some of it's still there. I got to get rid of that. Go there. Let's try that. There we go. Can you see that? I got to get it so I can. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So you can see that shit. So it's, some of it's still there. All right. 40K. So yeah. They must have just started. Oh yeah, they just started reloading more of it back in. Here's an old one, the whole Tyranid High Fleet thing. I always thought that was cool. So there's plenty. You can play plenty of that shit. Now, okay. Let's see if I can get it into. What about if I do that? How's it look now? Huh. No? 40K Waffle House? How's that look? I think I have to keep. Now I can't read what you're saying to me though. That's the problem. Weird. Well, anyway. So, but yeah. So there's plenty of it still there. It doesn't really seem to work out exactly right, but they do have quite a bit of it back on. So that's so cool. So um, so yeah, there's plenty to play with here. They have the did you see that? The combat patrol thing? Look at that. Let's see if what's this? Forget what's on here. Let's see. Okay, no longer maintained. Oh, okay. So that means it might be all messed up. But they had. Oh, these are taken from other. Oh yeah, a lot of them are gone. Well, so you kind of got to pick and choose. A lot of them have been nerfed because, I guess, because 40K or Games Workshop or whatever says so. But there's a lot of that stuff out there still, more than I thought. But so you got to kind of play around with it. But what are some of the other board games? Oh, they used to have. I don't know if you ever has anybody ever played Shea Geek? They used to have the Shea Geek card game. You ever played that? That's fun. It's one of those. It's a fun game, but if you play it all the time, it doesn't. It like. But I haven't played it in years, so I wouldn't remember most of it. Other than I remember having a really fun time doing it. And they used to have the cards there. If they still do, that would be that's just kind of a fun beer and pretzels kind of game to play. Have you ever heard of it? It's one of those Steve Jackson games. I don't know if they still have it anymore. It doesn't look like they do. That's too bad. That was fun. It's a card game, and and it's a kind of a comedic card game about just geek life, and you're trying to accumulate the most nerdy shit, and you got a job. Everybody's got a job in an apartment. I think you start with or whatever, and things can happen, like you get called into work, so you can't play the game and you lose credibility because you had to cancel the game, and then there's opportunities to buy certain things, and it's just kind of one of those kind of you know it's not collectible card game, but it's just a deck of cards, and they made a bunch of them back in the early 2000s. But I think the best one was Shea Geek. There was a political one called, Che Guevara and all that. It was kind of mocking, communist college people and all that, which is kind of funny and all that. But the Shea Geek was the biggest one, and it was very entertaining. But anyway, just kind of look for something lighthearted to play, sometimes too. But yeah, there's a lot of variety on tabletop, and it has the advantage of 3D. Now, there's another thing for both 40K and BattleTech, and there you can get everything up to a certain point. I don't think they have like fourth or fifth edition, but they have third or fourth, I think. The thing is it's two-dimensional. So graphically, it's not as entertaining at all, but it's complete, and you can play that on. It's a free system. You just have to have Java. So, and it's got BattleTech too, and it's got like but only facet BattleTech. No, I take that back. It does have some CGL. It has some. it has Total Warfare or something like that, so you can play the Battle Force stuff. Anyway, it's just another option. Yeah. So I think another thing I should do. Um, all I have is this fake background, and it doesn't look very appealing. I wonder if I went out to my storage and at least took some pictures of all my games, and maybe that could be made as a background. I don't know if it works that way, but I like Bill the Delver. He does really well, but and he's got like he's in front of all of his cool shit, and he's got a lot of cool shit. Um, so it seems like having a shelfie a way to get cred with the streaming. So unfortunately, I have to drive out to a storage facility for that. It doesn't look as good when it's all boxed up, but it's the best I can do. You can see some of it, and it's not as big as it used to be for all sorts of reasons that suck. But shit gets lost, stolen, destroyed. All the moves, I mean, I've moved so many times in my life since military school. And every time I move, I got to store that shit. So shit happens, but a lot of it's still there. I got that artwork. I should show off that too. That probably get a lot of people's attention. My uncle left me some artwork that was. He said it was used. It was made for TSR projects for D&D that got canceled. So something that never really hit the shelves. And there's two big paintings in there, and I don't know if they're not on an easel or anything. They're not on canvas, but they're paintings, and they've got um, they're like mock-up boards for the product. I thought about showing that stuff off too. Maybe that'll get some people's attention. Anyway, but yeah, these games are great. I want to play some. Be fun. The old Braunstein or domain play or whatever way you say it. They're the way to do it. And tabletop simulator is probably the best way to do it. It's a little complicated, but because if you want to do Fog of War, the best way to do that is to have two copies of the same table, one for each side. There is a Fog of War system in Tabletop Simulator, but it's kind of fucked up. Doesn't really work that well. Sometimes it can break things. So the easiest way is just to give two different modules. Yeah. Yeah. It might make the difference. I think a lot of people do seem to be interested in watching or participating in playthroughs. I didn't really think that was a thing. It never really seemed like a spectator sport to me, but I think it does work. So that would be helpful. Yeah, I see him. He's in there too. So, but there's other things that have affected me. The block thing has been a big deal. I I I did block a lot of people. Maybe I was a little bit too trigger happy with the block on certain things, and so it made it hard to promote yourself within the community when so many people. But I blocked all the brosers because who wants to listen to that shit, you know? And sometimes I get a little irritated, and instead of just walking away, and I'll block something or something like that. I used to do that in the past. I you know something personal would happen, and you know you got to learn how to anger management. sometimes, you know. So hasn't always been a bowl of cherries, so sometimes you get that. But uh, the one guy, he's always telling me, "Oh, you need to be on other people's lives." Yeah, I need to be invited on them. And he goes, "Well, a lot of people won't invite you because you've blocked them or you've had some, you know, whatever." And I was like, "Well, I don't know what to tell you. I've had some pretty weird experiences. Online is strange, you know. Some people really act very oddly, I, and I'm one of them. I know I splurge out sometimes, like that shit the other day with the simulation or whatever that thing. So I got a little irritated with Rob Kuntz and a couple other people. So I went on to a I went on to a little bit of a rage. So game designers often irritate me. Sandy Peterson's another guy. He says, "Yeah, next time you meet me, we got to play a game." And I don't know if he believes that anymore. He said that to me a year ago, and now he doesn't like to listen to me. But sometimes he's, you know, their attitudes annoy me. Part of being part of being an online host is allowing for the possibility that someone you invite will take a trip to this. Yeah, I've only had one interview person on, and it was great. It was that D10 guy, and it was fine. If anything, he felt like I think he was getting a little bored, and we probably kept him longer than he expected to be there. But other than that, he was very, very gracious and fun. And I've asked a couple other people to do it. One guy, I don't know, he didn't seem like he was interested, but uh, I have an idea for a couple others. And Rob was supposed to do it at one point. He kind of hinted to doing it. And then I don't think Rob Kuntz likes me very much. So he said, I'm I'm busy for the foreseeable future. Basically, don't call me, I'll call you. So I don't think it's gonna be Rob. But maybe Sandy would do it. Maybe. I don't know. I he was cordial. He kind of ignores me now, so I don't think he like. I kind of went off on that on some things he said too. Not directly at him, but they just kind of irritate me. Yeah, yeah. But this is stuff online. The thing that get like one of the things I did when I worked, when I actually had employment, and was I worked in DC. I worked in analysis, operations analysis, private, not military, but private. And so when people go, uh, you can't you can't achieve realism and simulation in gaming and stuff like that, I kind of get irritated because I did that. And if it's not what you want out of a game, that's cool. I'm not saying you should have to want it. I'm just saying don't tell me that what I got paid for and did on my own can't be done because you're kind of that statement kind of is a little bit like your work is was ineffective and you really didn't know what you were doing. You know, that's kind of the statements that Rob was making, not directly towards me or about that industry, but his statement that it was unachievable is like, well, you were spinning your wheels doing something that nobody can actually even do and all that stuff, nor should anybody want to do. And that kind of made me mad. So I did a tweet storm. And the reason I guess nobody knows that I do big tweet storms is because I only get 30 views per tweet. So nobody knows I'm splurging out. Um, well, that's cool. Yeah, I'll do it. I was doing Rumble for a while and um, I was simulcasting to Rumble, but then it just stopped working. And I couldn't figure out why. So I just gave up doing it for a while and I just started going back to YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. So now if I use Rumble's app, it works. And I went to their support and I'm like, hey, I can't get this shit to work. And I said, I'm using StreamYards and it isn't working out. And they basically said you have to, I didn't say you have to, but they're like, why not just use our app? And frankly, I think it's kind of, it's not as capable as StreamYard or convenient or anything. I don't like it. So, and my co-host is a little bit political in her personal life. She's one of those that when I tell her we're going to do Rumble, she goes onto the Rumble page and then she starts bitching. Fucking Alex Jones, you crazy. She gets on that rant because if you go on the Rumble homepage, there's a lot of that. And I'm like, just hit the button. You don't have to read it, you know. No. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. So yeah, it was all set up. I had it on StreamYards that all I was gonna do to all these things, and it doesn't work. So the one thing Rumble's app does that's good is you can stream to damn near anything. There's no limit. StreamYards limits you to 3 unless you pay them a shitload of money. But you can't have any of the cool banners or anything with Rumble. There's like you can put pictures on the screen, but it's not as intuitive to use and it's not as capable. So I was looking at maybe Streamlabs because Streamlabs still has a reasonable price and it has a lot of great features. I'd stick with StreamYards, but they want $50 a month. That's crazy. I was gonna I told them I was gonna leave. I canceled, and at the last button it said, "Okay, we'll give you till April at half the price." And that's still more than I wanted to pay, but I was like, all right, I can't pass that up. So I'm paying $26 a month for StreamYards till April. And then I'm going to cancel it and I'll probably go to Streamlabs, which is like half that. And it's got some cool features. Right. That's just, I mean, that's, and for what? They really aren't giving you much more for it. But what they basically said is we've been undercharging you. They didn't really say it in those words, but that's kind of the inference that they were making. That we were, we have to get in line with industry standards. And I'm like, who the fuck is doing 50? The only other company is doing 50 a month is that Riverside or whatever. And the difference between them and StreamYards is nil. It's the name, that's the only difference. So fuck them. But yeah, I mean, the Rumble's free and it doesn't limit who you stream to. That's like its only two benefits. The other two, everything else about that Rumble app, streaming app, I don't like at all. Yeah, yeah. So, and I when they offered me the half price deal, I was like, maybe I shouldn't commit myself to something. But then I said to myself, you'll regret it if you go shopping elsewhere and you don't find a better deal. So I said, yeah, okay. That's the only reason I hit yes. Right. Yeah, Carlin. Yeah, that old school stuff. Carlin, he was a good one. I even like Dice. I mean, if you played Dice now, most people would, and I know it was kind of vulgar and not very nice and all that, but I couldn't help but laugh at some of his shit. And Sam Kinison, um, even Red Fox. If your only exposure to Red Fox was Sanford and Son, check him out doing stand up. It's a totally some of his jokes were wild. Wow. Um, I can't even tell them if Caitlin's listening because they're not the kind of thing you say to a lady. But it Red Fox was funny. Dirty funny, but funny. So I liked Cosby. I mean, I know he's a piece of shit. I don't, but I, I listened to his albums and they were funny. Um, yeah, I can't tell you the Red Fox joke. I probably couldn't tell you the Fox jokes no matter what on YouTube. But damn, I didn't expect that coming out of that boy. All I knew of him before I saw the stand up was, Sanford's son. But wow, he was funny as hell. So, and of course, Richard Pryor, you know, he's another one. That was great. But you can't hear that stuff today. Oh, here's another okay. This I want to do too. And it might not work, but what do you guys think about this as a project? As I was thinking of maybe doing these on an irregular basis, but like a series, but not like every episode or anything like that. Just every once in a while doing one of these. Because this is something I've always really wanted to do since I got this game. I don't know though. Sometimes my ideas are too about me and not about an audience. But so in 84, I think it was, a independent game came out called Nuclear Armageddon. And this was the best game. Talk about production value. This guy made the game all himself in his house. I don't know where he got the material, but he got was like a nylon type material. It was very like it would roll into a tube, but if you cut it with a scissors, it shattered like glass and it was sharp as a razor. But it had this really beautiful black sheen to it. It was hard to keep it flat because he rolled it and shipped the game in a thing. But it was probably 3x3, maybe 3x4 kind of Risk map, and he hand painted each one with a special paint and everything so it would stick. So it looked like the old game Supremacy, if you're familiar with that. But if you're not familiar with Supremacy, it kind of had a Risk look to it. Okay, so that was the board. So the pieces, he had three. This was brilliant. He had 3 levels for economic. There was printed cardboard pieces. And then there was 2 levels of 3-dimensional pieces. The pieces were made out of wood except for mushroom clouds that were made out of chalk. If you got the deluxe version, everything was made out of wood. It was painted, and you got mushroom clouds that were hand painted by him, carved out of chalk with fire and the smoke. Okay, so it was kind of a Risk / Supremacy type of game, but it had comedy. You rolled dice. I'll get to the point, but I just got to tell you this because it's so cool. So you roll to the dice, and if enough lightning bolts came up, you got an Act of God card, and the Act of God cards were comedic, sometimes political, but Cold War commentary, political, and jokes. Shit that would have like you could have an earthquake in Wyoming triggers a nuclear weapon. If you've built a missile in Montana, launch it at a random enemy square or space, and once one's fired, a retaliatory attack is, so it could trigger the end. So, and there was, jokes about the current political situation, stuff like that. It was very funny, very well done. And I bought the game. It was $100 at the time, which was astronomical. $100 in 1984 was a lot of money. And I couldn't afford the whole thing, so I split it with three other people. But one of them lived in Kansas City, and I lived in Wisconsin. So anyway, over the years, the thing got all beat up because we shared it with people that didn't take good care of it. So I have a few pieces left, but not many. But I have a few, and I think I still have the Act of God cards, which are really the key. So what's the point? The point is that you'll never get this game again because the guy who made it turned out to be a fucking serial killer. It's a really real state. If you go to Board Game Geek, and I don't know if they still have the article because it's so old. It was like 20 years old, and they purged a lot of their old stuff. But if you go to look up Nuclear Armageddon, you might see the article, and it explains everything that happened with this cat. I sat and talked to him for a long time. He seemed like a decent dude. He was a little weird. He dressed very strangely. But anyway, turns out to be a serial killer. Fucking crazy. But it was a great game. And what I want, the series that I'm talking about doing is recreating the game. I might have enough of the rule set, the manual, which was beautifully done as well. Excuse me. That I'd love to recreate it on Tabletop Simulator. Because it was that fun of a game. Does that sound insane and stupid or what? Probably does. I really like that game though. It was great. And you could do it because you could make the models now, and put them in the Tabletop Simulator. And just thought it would be neat to see somebody restoring an old game like that. No, I don't know, but I mean, I would have to get people there. Like I don't know how to make 3D models. So I'd need somebody that would be willing to put in the time to make the 3D models or find something that's already created that would be close enough to it and all that sort of shit. It's a really, the serial killer thing is weird. It's really, but I mean, I'm not a fan of murderers. It was a really fun game. It's just, yeah, I'd have to get I might, I don't know if I have the whole rule book, but maybe I could find one. I mean, I'm not the only one. I mean, he made a lot of copies for years, and for a while, his wife had enough that she was making them and selling them mail order. But that was, like I said, this is 1984. So, but it would be kind of cool. And I don't know. I just thought maybe people might find it interesting to see something like that being recreated. But I get the thing about the game, playing the game is if you weren't attuned to politics in 1984, the Act of God cards would mean next to nothing. They would just be boring historical shit because you really had to know what the hell was going on because they were meant to, not that you're stupid for not knowing. Maybe you were a kid or whatever, but it really kind of limited its shelf life because it was only about that kind of stuff. But it was still a lot of fun, and they were funny. He was a funny man for a murderer. But yeah, I think, and that's more of anything. It's just how you would take something like that and get it into Tabletop Simulator, so they would be back being a functional game and all that sort of stuff. I thought that might be interesting over a period of time, but I need support. I need, but I can write the rules, or I can maybe find one and get a copy and redo them and all that stuff. But even the rules, he didn't give you like like when you bought the deluxe set, it had this vinyl um, book with a cover on it. It wasn't just some stapled together deal. He had made. I mean, he really went all out with the materials and all that stuff. Production value was incredible. So, um, but yeah, I just trying to look for things that might be different that might attract people other than having the 19th conversation about what's a good way to spec out your fighter or shit like that. You know, everybody's doing that stuff. Um, but sometimes I wonder if it matters because if there's 20 versions of the same video over a period of several years, it doesn't seem like anybody's getting burned out on them. But I don't know. So I don't. And the other thing is, um, one. Here's another guy I put on block because I thought this was a little bit mean, but I did when I first started doing this. I had a couple of D&D type people come on, and I says, I said, did you watch the video? You know, what did you think? What can I improve in all this? And the guy just he's like, you look like a homeless bum. You're disgusting looking. Maybe if you cleaned yourself up a little bit, you know, no one's going to want to watch some, you know, and he just, it he was really ridiculous. I mean, just mean. And, you know, but sometimes I wonder if maybe that might have something to do with it because he kind of wasn't wrong. So, I mean, I've cleaned up a little bit, but I had a little bit more. But so I just wonder how much of the aesthetics is an issue with some people, you know, because it's like websites. I don't know what it is, but I know it's true because I've listened to website professionals say it. They say it's like people are going to make a judgment on your website within 10 seconds. And you think about that and you're like, how the fuck can you, you know, what can you really derive out of out of anything just for looking at it for 10 seconds? But I know exactly what they're talking about because I've had like my elderly parents, hey, I got this in my email and I clicked on it and they show me this and I'm like, that's a scam. You could just see by the way that the website's created that it's some, you know what I mean? So I wonder how many people are just flicking by me because I ain't pretty. Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe some of that stuff is shit you can just, you know, nobody gets enough of. 101 ways to create a dungeon, you know, whatever, shit like that. Maybe. You know, seems like it never ends. So maybe you're safe with making that sort of stuff, but you still, but like you say, you want to find a niche and you want to do something different. So I had a couple ideas like that. The other one was, um, what do you call it? Like campaign journals where you go on and you say, here's what happened in our campaign. And you kind of break it down into a narrative form. I've seen other people do this. In fact, one guy, he does it with paper puppets. And he's a nice guy. I've talked to him a couple of times. Seems very intelligent. He's a voice actor in Canada. And, you know, but I just wouldn't think that anything like that would be um, interesting, but for most people. But he seems to get a fair amount of views for it. And before that, he was using sock puppets. So when I see something like that and it's doing okay, I start thinking everything you think you know, you don't know shit. Because I would never have thought that that would be anything but a disaster. I mean, good for him, but maybe I need to get it. I don't know. The weird shit. So I don't know what else to put out. I do have how many have I made? I've made about 170 of these things. Sometimes I think that I should redo some of them because I didn't know what I was doing when I made it, and it's not a bad topic. It's just maybe it's not the best delivery. Take a look. Uh, so there's that too. A repeat isn't necessarily a bad thing. Um, and I do a lot of videos on Twitter, but I don't see that anybody sees them and or watches them. So I stopped doing them. But a lot of times that was just me being a grouchy old bitch, frankly. Um, I did a couple on sandboxes and Bronsteins and stuff. That was a year ago. See, shit like this. I did a sandbox intro on a campaign world that I came up with, and I titled it McQuanica, and I screwed up and put the exclamation point inside or outside of the quotes. So that was a mistake. I put in hashtag DND and then wrote Sandbox Realm intro and put a picture of a AI generated map, and it got 131 views. It was 7 minutes and 40 seconds. I didn't really say very much. I did a video twice as long that was more detailed, but I put in Sandbox. The title was Sandbox Braunstein Kriegsfield Demo on Discord, and it only got 30 views. But I used my my logo, which is olive drab, and maybe the olive drab logo was the problem because it's fuck ugly and people think it's wargaming stuff. Too much in the idea that they're yeah. Yeah. Well, the whole rebuilding of the game thing, it's neat. It sounds fun, but you know, this is the kind of thing that you do and you film, and then when it's all done, you put the film out as episodes. Primarily because you don't, I should know better. It might not work out. So until you know it's done and you've got the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah. The reality is I just want that fucking game back because I didn't get to play it enough. But I might do it. And like I say, I might do it off camera and then, vlog about it if it ever gets done. That's probably the better approach to it anyway. But yeah. So, but I had AI come up with a bunch of ideas, and I don't know why I just don't do all of them. Well, I know I do some of them because some of them are dumb, and some of them I don't know anything about, but I have hundreds of them. So, but what we end up doing, me and the co-host, is we start going, okay, well, we've got to understand, what people want to see. And the way we understand what people want to see is we ask them. But if we can't ask them because they won't give us any feedback, then we got to look at all these numbers and shit. So then we start looking at numbers and going, well, maybe if we did this, we'd get more numbers. And maybe if we did that, we'd get more numbers and all that stuff. So we end up just kind of grasping around in the dark, trying to figure out what the fuck, all this algorithm shit is about. We did find one guy who's a pretty good little guru about thumbnails and stuff like that. So I should get back into listening to him and make those kind of changes. But other than that, I don't know what to do other than just to get on and do the same old kind of war game RPG topics that Even though they've been done by everybody else, they don't seem to be a thing. Really, if people get me doing a live game, I think that's probably the best thing that we can do, or I can do, or we is get playing. Because when people see you playing, then maybe they'll want to listen to you talking about what kind of games you do or how to play them better or something like that. The whole point is to get people to be interested in the games that I'm selling. That's the I mean, build a community to play games, because I think that there's some value in that. But I want to sell my games too. So there's that. That's really kind of the two end goals. Yeah, I did. I did. And that's where I start trying to get people's feedback. Um, I guess the only problem I have with that is I'm doing it on Twitter, and Twitter isn't very nice to me about getting shit to people. So I I was always told it's rude to tag people out of the blue, but I'm going to do it anyway, because if I rely on the algorithm to distribute a question as a post on Twitter, it's it's kicking water uphill. So I'm just going to have to start tagging people. Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. Just sliding into the DMs. Some people get a little bit annoyed by that, but you know, if you're not a fan of DMs, then you should have had them turn off, because that's, yeah. Just do that. See, so because I put stuff out, I'll be like, hey, do you want this kind of system? Does this sound like it's good? And I'll get likes. Most people won't even reply; they'll just hit like, and I'm like, well, what are you liking? Are you liking the question, the picture? Is like mean yes? And one guy's like, I just hit like because I thought I was helping you out. And I'm like, okay, all right, I appreciate that, but he got all mad. I was like, oh, I didn't mean to make you mad. I'm just saying it's an inquisitive question. I was hoping for a reply, but whatever. But yeah, they'll do that sort of shit. So what I decided with the games was, um, I, you need to know what people want, but in making more than one was another approach. So I've got one that's really super ultra simple, like it'll be like 3 or 4 pages, and then I've got one that's still pretty simple, but it might take a few more words than that to learn, and then but it's got a lot more content that goes along with it, shit like that. But yeah, yep, yep. But we'll see what happens with all this stuff. So, but it's amazing what a retweet will do for views. Just a couple of retweets, and all of a sudden I've got 2 or 3 times what I usually get. Incredible. We'll keep pushing away. Hey, I got a new subscriber. Thank you. Excellent. See, things are looking up. Where are we at here with those subscribers then? 148. Got to start somewhere. That's good. Over 1 year, 148. I don't. That's all right though. It's not lighting the world on fire, but that's okay. It's frustrating. I know I'm somewhat suppressed. I may be suppressed on YouTube to some degree too. I don't know how it all works, but I know it because I've had this account, this YouTube account, for like 15 years. And I never intended to do anything with it other than you had to sign in to watch, stupid pet trick videos and shit back in the day. And so I never used it for anything, but I used to make a lot of comments, and some of them weren't anything but trolls because I didn't know. I wasn't paying attention. It wasn't meant to be anything other than that, a thing to watch movies. So I didn't make a new one. I used this one, and I wonder how many of those comments over the years have maybe influenced my reach, because I see people that join like Twitter, and in 6 months they're 3 times. I know there's people that are better at it than me and all that, but when you've got 3 times the amount of viewers that I have in 6 months, and I've had the account for 6 years, clearly there's some manipulation going on, right? So I think I'm at a handicap. I kept getting those, what do you call it? The German government things, like before Elon bought it. I kept getting those German government warning things all the time on Twitter. So I think that gives me bad reach. I got suspended twice. So at least twice, if not more than twice. One time for like 3 months or whatever. So I think that might affect the thing, but I don't know. Some people say, well, you just suck at this, which is possible as well. But now that I got a good, well, at least a better computer, I can stream the tabletop, like the actual program. So that'll be helpful. Whoa. Don't want to do that. You can see my, oh, okay. Where is it? Huh. At least, yeah. Twice that I remember. One time I just put in a link to some videos to the 2020 riots, and as soon as I hit send, I got shot of, you're suspended for 3 months. I was like, so and this is before Elon or anything, they knew right away what I put in there. So the machine immediately had parsed it. So they knew it was out there. They didn't want people to see the riots. It was that really made me mad, because I lived next door to Kenosha. I lived right down the road from Kenosha when all that shit happened. And they burned a couple of places just down the road from me in Racine. That didn't get any, but Kenosha, they were, it was really bad. And I wanted people to see it because they were denying it happened. So I said, hey, here's a link to all the video of it. Wow. And another one that was really weird. I don't know if this was a suspension, but they gave me some warning about it. I put in the Obi-Wan, you were the chosen one GIF in relation to a Trump statement. And they wouldn't let me send it. It kept rejecting it. And I said, bullshit, there's nothing wrong with this thing. I asked people, I said, are the GIFs working for you? Yeah. So I did it, and I did it 3 or 4 times, and they gave me like a timeout for that too. Somebody didn't like me calling Trump the chosen one or something, because I could put any other GIF I wanted in there, but if I put that Obi-Wan GIF in there with that Trump thing, it wouldn't let me do it. It was really weird. So So yeah, people told me, they're like, you should have started over with a new account. And I'm like, well, I don't relish that idea right now, and I don't know how much help it would really be. You know, it's easy to blame shadow banning, and I know I've been shadow banned in the past, but is that really what's going on, or am I just not tickling the button of the algorithm right or whatever? I don't know. I think it's a little bit of both, because if you look at my, um, actually I should show that my ergonomics or whatever the fuck that word is. Uh, you can see like real sharp turns, like somebody's turned me down or something, the volume or whatever. Um, so I think I'm being messed with a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know enough about it to be anything other than cranky because it's not working right. It's not giving me the views. So I just thought I'd load this. I don't know if you saw this. So this is my start. This is from the Imperial side. So if you're going to play the sandbox or Braunstein or whatever term you want to use, this is the Imperial side of things. This is the galaxy map, and there's a couple pieces that shouldn't be there, but I've got one for Star Trek too. Anyway, so over here is where some of the action that I've already done is taking place, but all they see is I've got to put something for this one right here. There's shit going down here, but I haven't found the model for it yet. But anyway, all you see is Imperial stuff. So what I would do is I would give that link to Imperial players in a channel that's only allows Imperial players in. You give them roles. Everybody in my server has a role, so you have the Imperial role. So only Imperial players would be able to see this link, and then I would post it to the TTS workshop, but it would be private. I believe you could still do that, and that way there would be no cheating. So only those guys would be able to see it, and it would be all from their perspective. And then I take this very same thing and put it into a different module, but I lay out all the rebellion shit and only what they see, and then do the same thing. And that's how you do the fog of war. So it can be a little tricky because my poor computer can't load everything instantaneously. So people who are super impatient, it's like, just give me 2 seconds. You got to count to Mississippi for me to get back and forth, but I can go back and forth that way. But if there's a battle, then there's a totally different table that everybody can go to, and they can fight their miniature battles and stuff if that's going on. So, but if you don't have the time for a miniatures battle, you can play the battle out in a play by post. So, and I can do that. That's like the basics of the Kriegspiel or Braunstein or Sandbox or whatever. People call them different things and are almost essentially the same thing. This kind of system of game. It's just a war game with fog of war. But like here, the thing I was showing, the little, like, this isn't going to be like a big battle. Just a handful of troops from this ship are going to this planet alone. and that would be like a role-playing game, in that it would just be a bunch of people in a live session. If I had enough people to do it, it would be in a live session just playing a kind of short RPG where they're the party, they're the Imperial, boarding party or away team or whatever you want to call it, and they're flying in a shuttle to that planet, and the story there is they're investigating some sort of killer alien or something that ripped up some of their people. So, and they can't just blow up the planet or shell it or whatever. They have to go down there because the Empire wants to use that planet as a farm to feed their troops in the sector. So it's an RPG story. So that way you have RPGs and war games going on in the same world at the same time. That's kind of the thing. And the building thing, because once they figure out what's going on, and if they're victorious and they want to use the planet, they're going to have to go down there and they'll have to build a base, and they'll have to build facilities for the colonists that are going to be the farmers and stuff like that. Because right now there's just some primitive little people living there or whatever the hell's going on down there. So there's your building, your war, and your RPG all in the same game. And I use a combination in this game. In Star Wars, I use a combination of West End Games rules and some of my own custom setups to run it. They work in tandem. So for Star Trek, I use a completely different system because it's so different. And for BattleTech, I use even a different one, but they all end up being the same deal, where you can build, fight, and RPG all at the same time. And that's why the more people, the better. And if I was going to, what I'd love to be able to do is run it like a amusement park, like an online amusement park, where it's going all the time. And I can have people that are players that can play whenever they want, because I have DMs that can service them at all hours and have a truly fully functional world that is on all the time. That would be the dream goal of it. But just playing some games on TTS and filming it for the channel is more than enough. But you always got to have those shoot for the moon goals too, even if they're not that likely to happen. So the stretch goals, if you will. So that's kind of the vibe there. And then I've been working on that little tiny game system, which is mostly, well, you can do sci-fi with it, but I kind of was thinking of fantasy when I made it. Super small thing. So in that one, the magic is just made up, in that you have three types of magic. Oh yeah, there'll be plenty of shooting. But in that little game with the magic, there's three types of magic. There's impulse magic, there's change magic, and there's destruction magic. And you use points to develop the spell you want to develop. There's no list of spells. It's not like D&D, magic missile and all that. No, you just you have to you use the points. You determine, or you decide what the range of the spell is, what the effect of the spell is, and how it's delivered based on the points that you want to dedicate out of a pool of points that you have to make the spell. And then you have to describe what it looks like to everybody else, because you made it up. So that's how the magic works in the little mini game. Yep. So and there's no monster manual. Uh, all monsters are made using an editor. Um, so, and the reason I want to do this, you can do it with soldiers and your characters too, is that you can bring any miniature that you want if you use miniatures or just any picture. Let's say hey, I found this picture. I don't know what the name is, but it really is cool. It's this cool looking monster. Okay, well, what does it look like? Does it have claws? Yeah, it's got two claws. Okay, there's some points. Does it have fangs? Yeah. Okay. Well, there's some other fangs. So it has two claw attacks, two fang attacks. How big is it? What's it made of? Shit like that. So just by looking at a picture of something cool, you can just use the description of it to create stats to put it in the game. So there's no limit. There's no book or so. Well, it's not in the monster manual, so you got to make it up. No, you just make it all up, and then write it down and keep it so you can use it next time. And you can do that with your characters or with soldiers or armies or whatever. So it's minimal in both rules and content because the intent is for the player or the user to fill it with content from their head, their imagination, instead of buying somebody else's imagination. I don't know how popular that will be because it seems like most people want to buy convenience, and do it yourself isn't convenient. They want to be handed something. I don't know, but a lot of people are always talking about using imagination. So I don't know. What do you think? I wonder how people take to that one. I don't know. It's all whoa. It's all in. Oh, it's all in how. I mean, some people will tell you they'll be like, well, there's oh, what was the so the question was I made a game where instead of having a lot of content, so basically what you do is you have magic, but you don't have magic spells that you choose from or learn or whatever. You make up the magic. You have three categories of magic. It's impulse, change, and destruction. And then you have a pool of points. And you dedicate as much points as you want to out of your pool to a spell, um, and that determines. Well, you tell you can what range it's got, what effect, and all that, how much damage and everything. But you make it up. So then the player who made it up has to explain what it looks like when you cast it. And then the same thing's done with like monsters or custom units or anything like that. You could take any picture you want or any model of a monster and just go, oh, well, how many claws does it have? Or what does it use for attacks or whatever like that? And you could make it a monster in the game by looking at that description and calculating the points. So instead of a monster manual or a magic book, you just have player input. So I thought that was interesting because it leaves people to be able to custom make whatever they want. But I've come to the realization that what people really want, and I should have known this all along, is convenience. And having to make the shit up yourself isn't convenient for a lot of people. So I don't know how popular that idea would be, but that's the game I made, at least one of them. What do you think? It's a very longly worded question, I understand. I'm not good with brevity. I should probably work on that. What's that thing about brevity? Is the something about wit or whatever? Brevity is the soul of wit. Yeah. Well, I guess I got to work on it. Reminds me of a third-party magic system I had for D&D 3 Wild Magic. It was something I wanted to run and play it. There was also the Summoner class in Pathfinder that did something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the other thing. Um, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. You'll come to see a lot of people who come to see too that don't realize this is that no matter what you make up, there it's pretty hard to make up something that's never ever been done before. You may not know it's been done. Like I knew people that didn't realize that this particular war game mechanic had existed, so they thought they had really come up with something neat new. And I've done this too. And then you read something from 40 years ago and go, "Oh shit, that guy did it way back then." So it's cool that other people have done it, but I like that. I always also something I always wanted to run but never could. I just I just think it's a way to be simple and to allow people to have a kit, a rules kit that they can put their own imagination in. I hear a lot of people always saying, "Well, what I really want is more worlds and stuff like that." They don't want to have to make up their worlds. They want other people to make them up, and they want to go, "Oh, that's cool. I like it," and buy it. And I've got that too. But after hearing people complain about complex rules all day long, I decided to make something that was so basic that it was almost insulting. That's cool. I wonder. I hopefully more and more people will like it. I always wonder if I make stuff and then it's going to flop, but yeah, you got to find out by releasing it. But yeah, I was going to go give that a shot too. So those are two parts of it, and then the the combat. It's like super simple. So yeah, but there's one chart. You can't really get away from charts. So, but that's okay. We'll see. I'm going to put that one out. See what happens. We shall see. Man, as soon as I bring up Star Wars, the I laugh at it. Every time I load up a Star Wars picture or a Star Wars game on my live, the view meter starts to decline every time. Quit hating my Star Wars. Oh well. Let's see what happens if I do this. Which one did I? I don't remember which one I was using. I think it was this one. Yeah, people really don't seem to. I don't know. But it always seems like that's the case. I think this was the one I was using. It's pretty close. But here's the Star Trek. There it is. It's super huge. It's so huge my shitty browser computer is starting to crap out. But uh, I think this is it. Mm-hmm. Anyway, so it's right around. I want to go that. Oh, it crapped out on me. There we go. Yeah, that's so big. Right around here is where the uh, issue is. And so, anyway, I think I've got some models for that one too, for the Star Trek. But that little crotch area where uh, the Klingons and the Romulans kind of meet up in the neutral zone there. That's where the thing is. So some of it goes on in that Azure Nebula too. For the, I swear to God, it went up as soon as I put in Star Trek. it went up too when I put in Star Trek and took down Star Wars. Curse you. Anyway. But yeah, that would be the um, Star Trek. And the D&D one with the Norse people, well, that's just a map of England, basically. And that's what's up with that. What else is going on? Oh, Jesus. Well, what else do I got? I think I've run the gamut tonight. Other than the okay, just chilling at this point. So it says, whether it's right or wrong, it says that there's 6 people on YouTube watching. Well, all right, all right. That was the thing about some of that Warhammer stuff. I remember people pulling out shit that I didn't have access to, and I thought, how am I going to fight this thing if I don't even know how it works? I was looking for stats. Let's see what we got for BattleTech. I think it has a map. Those are all the maps you can play. Some of them are probably broken, but still pretty cool. This one's got a map, so again, not as many models as there used to be, unfortunately. What if I put in? Uh-oh. Lots of them look to be gone. Oh, don't take all my good Battletech minis. Oy, oy, oy. Huh. Oh, maybe this is the good one. Nope. Oh, no. They take all the good stuff. Oh, well. Huh. Yeah, maybe. That's too bad. Uh, is that Warhammer Fantasy? Is that what they're calling it now? The old world? I don't even know. It always looked like an appealing thing to me, at least back in the day, but I couldn't have invest in both. Let's see. Well, that AI really makes uh, stuff hard. Uh, 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 uh. Yeah, I can't find it anywhere on. You tried searching for it. I mean, it looked cool. I watched a couple games played, but that, like I said, it was back when I was playing 40K second edition, and I saw some Warhammer stuff that was up before we were, and I watched it for a while, and I was like, this really does look fun. But I'd have to sell a body part to get more figures, so I never got into it. It was another one of those things that was on for a while. I had a bunch of the models on Tabletop Simulator, and I was like, gee, if I could just find a PDF of the old rules, I could kind of play a. Oh, here it is. Oh, that's fantasy role play. Oh, oh, these are the 2D ones. That's no fun. If they're not 3D, why would I play it? Let's see if there's any 2D. Hmm. Well, they got Mighty Empires. That in itself might be worth a try. That's like epic for fantasy, right? Or it was. Just do all the old shit though. Not very much in the way of models. Huh. Well, here's one for the old world on the TTS, so that might be the one to go with. We need campaign play for that. Maybe do some tournaments for that stuff, for the old stuff, like I would I'd call it like what do you call it? What do they do? Like the PGA has the senior tour. be like be like that. I wonder if they still have any. I haven't looked at that in a while, but Space Hawk was so fun. I like I say, normally if it's too simplistic, I can't play it. But that's only if it's a game where people had to like continually make it simplistic before they liked it. Then I'm not interested. But Space Hawk was never a complicated game, and it was great. I don't know how much of it's left on here, but there used to be a bunch of it. And again, I played it in the '90s when it first came out, but it was a lot of fun. Wow, somebody's got Space Crusade even. Ah, that's really cool. Way back with that. I had that stuff on PC even. Wonder if this one works. It's probably so old it doesn't. First and fourth editions. That looks cool if it works, but I bet you it don't. I'll look for it though. That's another one I'd love to get people to play. It's such a hoot. Fantasy Flight Games has it now. What the hell? See what happens here. Cool. We'll see if anything shows up. Oh wow. I just love looking at this stuff, if nothing else. Oh, is there? Yeah, I do that. Yeah, fantasy. I mean, I only do the old shit, but okay, fantasy. Okay. So here, I don't know what version this is, but here is. Oh no. Oh, okay. Thought I fucked up. Map of the known world. I don't know if this is fantasy role playing or what, but I guess it would be good enough. Well, we could use that. Ooh. Yep, that might be one to try. Let's see what this 40K ended up looking like. Okay. That looks familiar. Not familiar with Wallbanger's rules. I don't know who Wallbanger is. Okay. But I think I could find a. Oh, wow. Check out the books for the missions. That's pretty cool. Okay. But I don't want to just do that. I want to make my own shit. Where's. Oh, wow. They got a fairly. It's not that extent. I've seen a bigger one that stopped working, but this is still pretty good. Do they got effects? Oh, this is set up enough we could probably play it. It can't make the best things, but it's got pretty good stuff. Pretty good terrain. set up some big. We used to do it every Gen Con. At the end of the con, there was a guy that had an after con game, and usually did a couple, but I would go for the Space Hulk. And con would end at like 6 p.m. on Sunday or something like that. And we would drive to this dude's house, um, and he had 3 rooms of Space Hulk set up. He had enough pieces. It wasn't a huge house, but 3 rooms worth of that shit. It was so big you had to take off your shoes and be careful where you stepped and all that shit. And every year we'd go over to his place and play this giant Space Hulk game. I shouldn't say every year because it wasn't. I mean, eventually the kid didn't have it, but it was a tradition for a while, a couple 3 years at least. I remember doing it, if not more. And wow, it was fun. Took forever though. That's okay. I don't mind playing long games. I like to socialize and hang out and make it a big long thing. But when you have to walk across these, this, I don't know how many copies he had, but it was 3 or 4 at least. Yeah, that was fun. But yeah, I do the fantasy thing. I liked it. I'd love to play it. It looked like it was fun. I don't know anything about it, which is fine. I don't care. I don't have to win or anything like that. But I'd read up on it a little bit. I I don't remember which exactly. Like I saw there were some cannons. I think there were dwarves with cannons, but I saw some knights and stuff too that looked really cool. Very Arthurian looking um, knights mounted like with lances, and I mean they just looked like old medieval knights. They had the big plate armor and the lance and the kick-ass steed, and it just looked neat. And then they had a wall they were behind, but I'm pretty sure it was. I was surprised at how much like the dwarves seemed to all at that time at least they were all packing heat. They all had guns. They were like blunderbusses. They had that big open barrel at the end, and but they had just cannons that just looked like parrot guns from the Revolution or something. It looked like the kind of thing you saw on an old battlefield, and uh, and I think they were fighting humans, but the humans had. I don't remember what else they had. Knights, footmen. There was some crossbow people. I thought I saw. I seem to want to say I remember. I don't know. This was a long time ago, but but yeah, they. I mean, they looked very. There wasn't much about them that looked like it was fantasy on the human side, other than they probably had a wizard somewhere I couldn't see or something like that. But it basically just looked like Arthurian, and yeah, and okay, um, okay, yeah. So it was neat, and then, um, but yeah, they like you say they had the flanking where they would wheel and all their like old ancients war games or old Napoleonic stuff or whatever. Everything was just like fantasy, like chainmail or battle system or something like that, where they have big formations, shit like that. Yeah, that's what they just. It looked like I was looking at that old Excalibur movie. They're shining knights in armor, and some chick that looked like some hottie dressed in damn near nothing with the flowing robes, and I imagine she was, like supposed to be the lady of the lake or whatever. When I went to that, I was telling you earlier about that meeting in Illinois with the somebody brought up that they're like, you just copy a lot of stuff. A lot of your equipment, a lot of your miniatures are stolen from other genres. And the Lady of the Lake was one that was mentioned. And he said, Christ, you even called to the Lady of the Lake. And these limeys were just like, in their snotty, limey voice, they're like, we will steal from things and continue, that's just the way we do it. And there's nothing you can do about it. And quit complaining about it and all that. And then they said, you can't, there's no copyright on that shit, the Arthurian shit anyway. And they were real dicks about it. Somebody brought up that Ridley Scott had sued them for gene stealers. They won that suit, but he said they ripped off Alien because the gene stealers. So yeah, but they're very arrogant, obnoxious British people. But I do remember the Lady of the Lake coming up. But yeah, that kind of deal. Very, very King Arthur like, which was cool. They looked great. Looked like fun. And this old Space Hulk too, man. This is great. I wonder if I can get these. Oh, I see. That's what they look like put together. Oh yeah, here's the troops. Let's see. He's got Space Wolves, Terminators. These really look good. See if I put these on the screen. You can see this. I think. Where's the? Okay, yeah. Very well done for. Blood Angels. They got their own dice even. Great Knights. Oh, Chaos Marines. Death Guard. That's super cool. And he made the APCs containers so you can pull stuff out of them. Like there's actually troops inside those things. That's cool. Do they have the little... The only thing I don't see is the May. How come this isn't working? Well, I can't go any farther than that. That's not supposed to be the way it is. Weird. So this is the stuff like, this is the other really neat part about this thing. You can make animations like that. So there's a flamer. So you don't have a, instead of using the template, you just use that. And it just shoots the flame out. That's so cool. And put it, you can redirect it. Okay, where's the flamer guy? So you just take this and you put it right under, right at the, so there you go. So now you shoot. See that? Isn't that fucking awesome? Right. I thought they were very arrogant considering how much, the whole thing with that getting sued and then going and stealing a bunch of stuff anyway. Yep. And then they'll come after you if if you try to make their stuff. Dirty pool. Dirty, dirty. I can't get it to go just straight, but it's, oh, because he's got that on, but that's okay. Still pretty cool. These are very nice models, and they don't seem to be broken. Hopefully they'll stay that way. Sometimes it's a weird setup where only I can see them though. So hopefully it won't play out like where other people join up and can't see them. We'll have to test it, but still very neat. Love that game. So much fun. I wonder if they got any Blood Bowl. I think they do. I'd have to relearn Blood Bowl. But I think I could pick up Space Hulk pretty easily. I got a thing with my throat. I don't know what it is in here. Blood Bowl. Let's see what they got. Well, they got the new version. Oh, here's the old one. First edition. Yeah. Oh, everything's two-dimensional, though. Well, we'll see. It's a lot funner with 3D. It kind of sucks without that, but we'll see. But I remember this coming out and just thinking, what a really neat idea. And looking at their models was just a lot of fun. The Blood Bowl models were pretty funny. Here's some 3D. They're newer, but they'll have to do. But I played it when it was brand new. I never played any of the other newer versions. But they were funny. Yeah, it's cool. You know, it's neat that people do it. It's unfortunate that it kind of a lot of stuff comes and goes and all that. But I understand, people need room and things like that. But that that Space Hulk is solid. There isn't anything missing from it. It looks great. It's one of the better looking ones I've seen. I'd love to find some early edition, first edition Blood Bowl models. That would be fun to play. But yeah, when that first came out, walking through the Great Hall and looking at that stuff, and they were so funny. There's no doubt that early stuff, maybe it still is. I haven't looked at a lot of the new stuff, but it was very imaginative and very well done. Too bad the companies are such a bunch of pricks, but I'll Space Hulk. God, I love that game. I had a lot of fun playing that. I'd even play some Axis and Allies. I kind of stopped playing Axis and Allies because it got a little predictable, but there's so many different versions now that it'd be fun. But that's one of those that a lot of people seem to think is too complex. And I don't know why. It's a Milton Bradley game, but it's fun. And then there was 3 in that series. There was Fortress America, which I love because it's just Red Dawn, the movie, and I love Red Dawn. And then there was one called Shogun, which was pretty fun. It was feudal Japan. And they're kind of, I consider those, they're kind of beer and pretzels games. So, which are fun to play too. I have to be careful that I don't laugh too loud or my boss in there will get all shitty. But just try to have some fun anyway. Yep, I got a lot of stuff for this. A lot of the stuff you log. It's so many years old that you it's nothing left. But some of them were great. These were look at all this stuff. 40K maps, tons of them. But at one point, I just had pages of nothing but tables filled with miniatures, like this stuff. It's probably all gone, but this was some of it. But there used to be just the Space Marine chapters. There was like 8 or 10 of them I had. They got scared away. All my war games, Squad Leader. That's one where people nobody will play that with me. They look at that and they go, "Fuck off!" I'm not. It's like it's got a pretty big rule book and all that, so hard to get people to buy into that one. So, um, just trying to think of things that are more there. There was some stuff called you ever like Flames of War. There's that. At least there used to be. That's like 40K does World War II. Kind of a mix of the two. But some of that seems to be gone too. But it was okay. It's not the kind of wargaming I did, but I don't hate it or anything like that. But um, it was then there was Oil War or something like that, which was a modern version. And taking a peek at that would be interesting. I never did play it. Uh, Artifact is a good one. That's a real old game, but it's a lot of fun. Steve Jackson game, if I remember right. Here's another one. Oh, GDW, Asteroid. I don't know. There was another really fun Milton Bradley. It was something Rome. It was a Rome game that was really fun, and I had a copy of it. I don't know, but here's all the Axis and Allies. Jesus. Some of them are way too big. People would see it and go, "No way." But some of them are pretty simple and easy to do. The Axis and Allies stuff. There's another one. I forgot. I have this B-17 Queens of the Sky. That is a RPG and a war game put together. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of them. I I I, I it was 1,000 chapters. Was what I read in the whatever we call it, Rogues Trader, the original one. They said 1,000 chapters. I know it's changed and all that over the years, but um, and they didn't have them all. Obviously, that's what they said there was in the lore originally. I've not just gone. I don't even know what the basic. I mean, I played basic fantasy. I don't know what's that's about though. Oh, the old Star Wars board games. You got a couple of those I found. Napoleonics. That's another one. Most people go, hell no. Love me the BattleTech. See, a lot of people won't play BattleTech because you have to, because the record cheats, but it's still a blast. I haven't gone through the whole thing. All the this is an old ass game, old ass board game, Bermuda Triangle. It's like from the '60s. Bio One, man, people don't like hit charts, but I love hit charts. The old Bio One hit charts. Wonder if that's even in there. See what that looks like. Looks like it's not there at all. It looks like a church pew. Oh, I got it. Uh oh. Uh oh. Oh, there we go. I thought I was going to crash my computer. Oh, it's like disassembled. Yeah, people. This is one of the reasons why some people go, "No way, no hit charts." This one's a little ridiculous, um, and it was really hard to read. But it doesn't have to be like this. This one was goofy. Well, he's got the whole thing though. Yeah, BattleTech's a lot of fun. You know, like you, the, like we said earlier, you can just grab some mechs and play. The lore comes later, but yeah, it's really fun. Um, it's pretty basic. It's one of those games that like the core element is very simple. It's all the add-ons and the lore that makes it seem like some super heavy game or something like that. But it's not. It's got some fairly simple, straightforward ways of you make up a little character. It's got the character's got piloting, health, and gunnery. So health is how many hits it can take. Gunnery is obvious. Piloting is so. If you get hit with enough damage, or the right situation happens, you might have to make a piloting roll, which is keeps the thing from falling down, keeping it on its 2 feet, and and the gunnery just modifies your 2 hit. So the strategy is maneuver and uh, managing your heat versus ammunition and damage output. The more damage output, the more heat. And if you use too much heat in one turn, the mech will shut down to cool off, and then you're sitting duck on the battlefield and shit like that. So that's kind of that's really all there is to it at first. And you move into it later, and it's got tanks and infantry, and it becomes a whole huge war game. But at the start, it's just two giant humanoid robots trying to blow each other up. And then there's physical combat too. Like if you get too close or you run out of ammunition or something, then you can run up and punch the other mech and kick it and kind of go Bruce Lee on it. That's kind of fun. So um, we used to play Mech Mash, which so Mech Mash was you brought your own miniature to a public game, and it like your arms will get blown off in the game and stuff like that. The mech will. It's a bipedal robot. If you take enough damage in the leg, or the arm, it'll blow off or something like that. So you can like pick up an arm that's laying around and use it as a club to beat people and shit. It's really funny. Um, but a mech mash was uh, you brought your own miniature, and they came out with a tray, and on the tray was a pliers, a tin snip, and a drill and a hammer. And anything that happened to your miniature in the game, they physically did with the tools. So if you lost an arm, they would take the tin snips and snip the fucking arm off your miniature. And it was hilarious to play. Um, and then sometimes ammo will explode in your mech or something and cause like a catastrophic explosion. So if that happened, they would take your mech and they would smash it with a hammer and then put the pieces back. And so shit like that. It was a real wild way to play. It was the first game I ever saw any. Yeah, yeah. Talk about really putting your heart into it. It was the first game I ever saw um, where people like LARPed. They would show up dressed as a mech warrior to play it. They would like it was the first time I ever seen that. It was really really cool. Um, Not like how do you say it? It wasn't a full custom made like cosplay uniform, but they would show up with like um, fatigue vests and a beret. They would have the pin of their faction on it and some some shit that looked like it was like a medal, things like that, like campaign ribbons and shit like that, and they would show up like that to play, all dressed up. It was really neat to you know that was some of the first times I heard like narrative wargaming where you really you get into it. It was neat. But that was one of the funnest things. But it's really interesting to like if you like war, you can take it in that direction where you've got artillery and tactics and all that stuff. Um, and the factions are interesting. Basically, in the FASA, the non politically correct, um, the factions are basically the different racial, ethno-racial, like there's Steiner, and they're all the Northern European and Germans. They got very German names, and they kind of act that way, not like Nazi, but very precise, and they make real heavy mechs, like Panzers and stuff like that. And then there's Karita, and they're kind of Japanese. They got a little bit of mix everything, but they're the Asians, and their mechs are real stylish and nimble, and they tend to use a lot of physical combat, and they have a kind of a feudal hierarchy and all that shit. It's really cool. The lore is really neat, but the houses are all ethno racial composition. Yep. Um, I was kind of weird. I don't know if it's weird, but I always was. I don't know if I had lacked the confidence or what it was, but I always felt weird dressing up and stuff like that. I never got into it. I appreciate other people doing it, but I never did it. So they would go, oh, you're not playing along. You're supposed to play along, but I'd show up in my Izod sweater and khaki pants and shit. But I could never really get into that, but it was cool. So yeah, BattleTech's a fun one. I I've got um, a portion of my game that I made myself that I wanted to do this really bad. I was never a Gundam fan personally. I was I didn't watch that kind of stuff. I don't know why. I went to military school, so I didn't get to see a lot of stuff at certain times. Um, but I was a big BattleTech fan. I used to watch Voltron, just kind of casually, I should say casually, and I kind of dug it. I thought that is kind of neat. So, but I watched the vehicle team one was a little bit older than the Lion one, but I watched that anyway. The point is, I kind of watched a lot of some Robotech and stuff like that, and I like the idea of having it all in a game. Yeah, I watch the vehicle team ones a lot. That and Battle for the Planets, the G-Force. I really dug that card. And I even though it made no sense because they played them out of order and shit over here and all that, but I just the aesthetic of it was great. Um, a couple other ones that I watched. I was never a huge uh, hentai person. I really don't get it. Like I'm not into it enough to get the references very much, but I just those cartoons were on Robotech and G Force and all that on a UHF channel um, that I just got into watching it. Good God. Um, can't remember the other one. Uh, God, my old ass. Oh yeah, I should remember it because it had, but the space battleship Yamato. I watched that too. Uh, but I, the giant battling robot thing, I just think is great. So I made part of my war game system, my custom war game system, where you can just bring whatever. It can be Voltron versus Robotech. They'll anything. Any giant battling robot can fight any other from any genre, Gundam, whatever. I got it set up so that everything's um, like all the weapons are generic in the system, but you kind of get the vibe enough to go, okay, well that one would be a PPC or whatever, that kind of thing. So you can spec out whatever robot you want using this custom system uh, to to give it stats to use within the game, so that they can all compete without having to convert a bunch of rules and stats to some other thing. Just kind of pin them all together. So I got that in my game, the one I'm making myself. I like that. And for like the only part about BattleTech that most people really go, I just can't play that game, is because the way that you mark armor being reduced is you fill in little circles. There's little fucking circle like it. It's a little gray, and it gets kind of tedious, and I can understand that. So I came up with a way to mitigate that too. It's one of the few times where I go, okay, I can understand why you want to simplify that, because it's not really that big of a deal. And you can just use X marks. You don't have to fill them in, but anyway, it gets a little tedious. So I came up with a better system, but, but it's still a great game. But yeah, I loved Voltron. I watched them both, but I bought uh, the vehicle team toy and everything like that. Big, tall one. But they were great cartoons. I watched, like, I got teased a lot. My like, aren't you old for that shit? And I'm like, well, there really isn't anything all that much better on. What am I going to watch instead? Jerry Springer, MTV. What's really, there isn't really anything better on anyway, just because I'm a little bit older. So I would watch this shit, just while I was eating food or something like that. I never um, got that deep into it. I didn't buy hentai books or anything like that, but or anime. I always say people get mad when I say hentai because apparently that's not the right thing to call it. Well, oops. But yeah, not really into that shit. I don't get it. I'm square. But I did like those. Um, those ones I got into. Never did a lot of reading of a lot. I wish I would have read more than I did. But to be fair, I was at military school a lot, and there wasn't a lot of time to read. They weren't exactly encouraging of the literature either. So I missed out on a lot of books. I had to catch up on later and things like that. They made that. I mean, I had literature class, but it wasn't. We weren't reading Star Wars and that. Fucking War and Peace and Red Badge of Courage and that kind of crap. Oh wow, is it late? I can't, man. I just go on and on and on, man. I can't believe I'm still up doing this. This is the longest thing ever. I'm going almost 6 hours. Sorry. There isn't even a show. It's like a telephone conversation at this point. I better wrap it up. The only reason I see like one channel. Yeah. Yeah, it has. I appreciate your help. Thanks, Brewski, for coming in. At least we got some people to show up for a while. Unfortunately, not very long. I don't guess I was boring. We'll keep working on it. But yeah, it would be great to play a game. And I hope I really appreciate you helping me with that. I look forward to it. Let's stay in touch with that. I think it would make a world of difference. Yeah. So, all righty. It's been fun. Damn near 6 hours. Time to have some food and hit the sack. Till next time, we'll see you.